My parents stole my college fund to pay for my brother's wedding and expected me to take out loans. The absolutely crushing financial betrayal I discovered 3 weeks before starting college has revealed that my parents emptied the $47,000 college fund my grandparents established for me when I was born, using the entire amount to pay for my older brother's extravagant wedding, then casually informed me I'd need to figure out student loans for my education, while acting like this was a reasonable and expected solution. I'm Emma, 18 years old, and I just graduated high school with a 4.2 GPA and acceptance to a good state university. My maternal grandparents, who passed away when I was 14, had set up a college fund for me when I was born and contributed to it throughout my childhood. My parents always told me this fund would cover my college expenses, and that I was lucky to have grandparents who planned ahead for my education. The account had grown to approximately $47,000 by the time I graduated high school, enough to cover most of 4 years at my state school. My older brother Derek, 26, got engaged last year to his girlfriend, Madison. They started planning an elaborate wedding that seemed way beyond what our middle-class family could afford. Destination wedding in Mexico, 150 guests, premium everything. I'd occasionally heard my parents stress about wedding costs, but Derek and Madison seemed determined to have their dream wedding regardless of budget. 3 weeks ago, I sat down with my parents to finalize my college financial planning. I needed to know exactly how much was in the college fund so I could budget for remaining expenses, plan for part-time work, and understand what minimal loans I might need for housing or books. That's when my parents dropped the bomb. There was no money in the college fund. They'd withdrawn all $47,000 over the past 8 months to pay for Derek's wedding. I was stunned. I asked how they could take my college fund without telling me. My mother said they'd borrowed it for the wedding and would pay it back eventually, though they had no concrete plan for how or when. My father said Derek's wedding was important for starting his marriage right, and that I was young and could take out student loans like most kids do. But Derek and Madison shouldn't have to start their marriage with wedding debt. The rationalization was insane. They'd stolen my education fund, money my grandparents had specifically designated for my college, to throw an extravagant party for my brother. And they expected me to just accept this and take on tens of thousands in student loans so Derek could have his dream wedding without debt. The entitlement and favoritism were breathtaking. I immediately called the bank that held the college fund. They confirmed my parents, who were listed as custodians, had made multiple large withdrawals over 8 months, totaling the full account balance. The final withdrawal of $8,000 had been made just 2 weeks ago, right before they told me the money was gone. I was supposed to start college in 3 weeks. I'd accepted my admission, planned my classes, arranged housing, all assuming my college fund would cover tuition as my family had promised for 18 years. Now I was facing either taking out massive loans my parents expected me to handle alone, or potentially not attending college at all because I couldn't secure enough loans on such short notice. The conversation with my parents deteriorated rapidly when I expressed anger about them stealing my college fund. They became defensive, insisting they hadn't stolen anything because they were my parents, and it was a family decision to prioritize Derek's wedding. My mother actually said I was being selfish for making Derek's special day about myself and my minor inconvenience of needing loans. The gaslighting was unreal. Taking someone's college fund without permission wasn't a minor inconvenience. It was theft that would saddle me with decades of debt. But my parents genuinely seemed to believe that Derek's wedding was more important than my education, and that I should be grateful they'd even told me before school started, rather than letting me figure it out when tuition was due. I called Derek to see if he even knew where the wedding money had come from. He admitted he'd known our parents were using my college fund, but claimed Madison had really wanted the destination wedding, and he'd felt pressured to agree. He said he felt kind of bad about it, but also that I was making a bigger deal than necessary because student loans were normal and I was being dramatic. The The fact that Derek knew and proceeded with his expensive wedding anyway was its own betrayal. He'd watched our parents drain my education fund for his party and had said nothing. He'd benefited from theft from his younger sister and justified it by claiming student debt was normal, so it didn't matter that I was being forced into it unnecessarily. I contacted an attorney through my university's legal aid program to see if I had any recourse. The attorney explained that because my parents had been listed as custodians on the account, they'd had legal authority to withdraw the funds, even though the money was intended for my benefit. Recovering the money would require suing my parents for breach of fiduciary duty, which would be expensive and wasn't guaranteed to succeed. I also learned my grandparents had structured the account with my parents as custodians rather than as a formal trust specifically for my education. If they'd used a more restrictive structure, my parents wouldn't have been able to access the funds for non-educational purposes. My grandparents had trusted that my parents would honor the intended purpose, but that trust had been betrayed. With 3 weeks until school started, I had limited options. I contacted my university's financial aid office explaining my situation. They were sympathetic but said there wasn't much they could do on such short notice. Aid packages had already been awarded for the incoming class. They could help me secure federal student loans, but the amounts available through federal programs wouldn't cover my full costs. I'd need private loans with higher interest rates to make up the difference. I also reached out to my father's parents, my other set of grandparents who were still living. When I explained that my parents had taken the college fund my maternal grandparents had established for me and spent it on Derek's wedding, they were appalled. They immediately offered to help me with some college costs, though they couldn't replace the full $47,000. They gave me $10,000 toward my first year and committed to helping with subsequent years as much as they were able. My paternal grandparents also confronted my parents about what they'd done. My parents apparently tried to defend their decision, claiming they'd needed to help Derek and that I would be fine with loans. My grandparents told them they'd betrayed their daughter and stolen money that had been designated for a specific purpose. The family rift was immediate and deep. I'm now starting college with a combination of federal loans, private loans, the $10,000 from my paternal grandparents, and income from a job I secured working 20 hours weekly during the school year. I'll graduate with approximately $60,000 in student debt I wouldn't have if my parents hadn't stolen my college fund for Derek's wedding. That debt will follow me for potentially decades, affecting my ability to buy a home, save for retirement, or pursue graduate education. My relationship with my parents is essentially over. I've moved into my dorm and have minimal contact with them. When they occasionally text asking how I'm doing or saying they miss me, I respond minimally or not at all. They seem genuinely confused about why I'm distant, as if stealing $47,000 from their daughter is something that should be easily forgiven. My mother sent me a long message saying I was holding a grudge and that family should forgive each other. She claimed they'd done what they thought was best for the whole family, and I needed to understand that Derek's wedding was important. She never once apologized for taking my college fund or acknowledged the debt burden they'd forced on me. Derek and Madison posted their wedding photos all over social media. Pictures from their Mexican destination wedding, professional photographer, elaborate decorations, premium venue. Looking at those photos, knowing each one represented money stolen from my education fund, was nauseating. They'd literally partied away my future while I was preparing to go into massive debt. Some extended family members who learned what happened have sided with me and cut off my parents and Derek. Others have taken the "it's complicated" position and suggested I should just move on and not destroy the family over money. The people suggesting I should get over my parents stealing $47,000 of my education fund are, unsurprisingly, not the ones facing decades of loan payments. My university has a financial literacy program where I've connected with other students managing debt. Hearing their stories has helped. Many are in worse situations than me, from families that couldn't help at all, rather than families that could help but chose not to. But it's still infuriating knowing my debt is completely unnecessary and exists only because my parents decided my brother's party was more important than my education. I've also connected with online communities of people who've been financially betrayed by family. The stories are heartbreaking. Parents stealing inheritance, siblings draining joint accounts, family members destroying credit. There's a whole category of family financial abuse that isn't talked about enough. People assume family wouldn't steal from family, but it happens constantly, especially when some family members feel entitled to others' resources. My parents occasionally suggest I should come home for holidays or family events. I've declined every invitation. I'm not interested in pretending everything is fine or sitting at Thanksgiving dinner with people who stole my college fund and show no remorse. They made choices that prioritized Derek's wedding over my education and my future, and those choices have consequences for our relationship. Derek has tried to reach out a few times, sending messages saying he feels bad about how things happened and hopes we can move past this. But he's never offered to help repay any portion of what was taken, never acknowledged that he benefited from theft from me, never done anything concrete to make amends. His guilt is performative. He feels bad enough to send occasional messages, but not bad enough to actually do anything meaningful. I'm succeeding in college despite the financial stress, maintaining a strong GPA and staying involved in campus activities while working 20 hours weekly. I'm determined not to let my parents' betrayal derail my education or my future. But I won't forget that they chose to fund my brother's party with money designated for my education, and I won't pretend that was an acceptable decision that can be easily forgiven. The hardest part is knowing this didn't have to happen. If my parents had simply told Derek and Madison they couldn't afford to fund a $47,000 destination wedding, Derek and Madison could have had a less expensive wedding, and I could have attended college without debt. Instead, my parents enabled Derek's entitlement and betrayed me, apparently believing that keeping Derek happy was worth sacrificing my financial future. I'm sharing this story because I suspect many young people face similar situations. Family members who view their college funds or savings as available resources for family emergencies or priorities that don't actually benefit the person whose money is being taken. If you're in a situation where family has access to money designated for you, verify regularly that it's still there, and consider moving it to accounts they can't access once you're legally able. Trust is wonderful, but sometimes family members will betray that trust when they convince themselves their needs outweigh yours. My sister sabotaged my job interviews because she wanted me to stay home and babysit. The absolutely infuriating career sabotage I discovered last week has exposed that my older sister Rachel has been systematically contacting companies where I'd applied for jobs, pretending to be a former supervisor and providing terrible fake references, all to ensure I wouldn't get hired and would remain available to provide free childcare for her 3 kids while she works. I'm Kayla, 23 years old, and I've been living with my parents since graduating college a year ago while job hunting in my field of graphic design. The job market has been tough, and I've been applying to dozens of positions with very few callbacks despite having a strong portfolio and good grades. I couldn't understand why I was being rejected so consistently when I seemed qualified for the roles. My sister Rachel is 29, has 3 kids under age 7, and works full-time as a pharmaceutical sales rep. Her husband travels constantly for work, and Rachel has relied heavily on me for childcare since I moved back home. I watch her kids 3 to 4 days per week, often for 8 to 10 hours at a stretch. Rachel pays me nothing, claiming I'm helping family, and that I live with our parents rent-free so I should contribute. I've been increasingly frustrated with the babysitting arrangement. I don't mind helping occasionally, but Rachel treats me like her personal nanny service, dropping kids off with minimal notice and getting angry when I'm unavailable. I've told her repeatedly I need to prioritize my job search, but Rachel guilts me by saying her kids need family care and that I'm being selfish for not wanting to help. Last week I had a promising phone screen for a graphic design position at a marketing agency. During the call, The recruiter mentioned they'd received a reference call from someone claiming to be my former internship supervisor. The recruiter said the reference had been concerning and asked if I wanted to address the feedback about my unreliability and poor work quality. I was confused because I'd never listed that internship supervisor as a reference. I'd had a great relationship with my actual supervisor who'd offered to be a reference, but I'd only provided her contact info to jobs I'd reached the final stages with. I asked the recruiter what name the reference had given. They said Jennifer Morrison from Stellar Creative, which was my internship company, but Jennifer Morrison wasn't a real person who worked there. I contacted my actual internship supervisor, who confirmed no one from the company had been contacted about me. Someone had impersonated an employee from my internship to give me a bad reference. I was horrified. Someone was actively sabotaging my job search. I couldn't imagine who would do this or why. Then I remembered Rachel had access to my laptop. She frequently borrowed it, claiming hers was slow, and I'd trusted her with the password. My job application emails were saved in my browser. Rachel could have seen where I'd applied and contacted companies pretending to be a reference. I confronted Rachel by asking casually if she'd used my laptop recently. She admitted she had, saying she'd needed to print something. Then I asked directly if she'd contacted any companies I'd applied to. Rachel's face went white, and she became immediately defensive, denying everything. But her reaction told me I was right. I told Rachel I knew she'd been sabotaging my job applications, and I wanted to know why. She finally broke down and admitted it. She'd been calling companies where I'd applied, pretending to be various former supervisors, and providing negative references to ensure I wouldn't get hired. She'd done this to at least 15 companies over 6 months. Rachel's justification was that she needed me to be available for childcare and couldn't afford to lose her free babysitter. She claimed her job was demanding and her husband was never around, so I was her only reliable option. She'd convinced herself that sabotaging my career was acceptable because family should help family, and my job search was less important than her childcare needs. I was livid. Rachel had been systematically destroying my employment opportunities for months to trap me into being her unpaid nanny. She'd torpedoed my career prospects, damaged my professional reputation with companies I'd applied to, and violated my trust, all so she wouldn't have to pay for childcare. I told my parents immediately. They were shocked and demanded Rachel apologize and stop interfering with my job search. Rachel tried to minimize what she'd done, claiming she'd only contacted a few companies and that I was overreacting. But when I showed my parents the list of 15 companies I'd applied to where I'd been mysteriously rejected after strong initial interest, they realized the extent of her sabotage. My father confronted Rachel about the financial aspect. By sabotaging my job search to maintain free babysitting, Rachel had essentially been stealing from me. The value of 30-plus hours of childcare per week for 3 kids was approximately $600 to $800, which Rachel had been getting free by ensuring I remained unemployed. Over 6 months, Rachel had saved herself around $15,000 in childcare costs by destroying my career opportunities. I've now changed all my passwords and secured my laptop. I've also reached out to companies I'd applied to, explaining that someone had been impersonating references for me and providing false information. Some companies were receptive and agreed to reconsider my application. Others said they'd moved forward with other candidates. The damage to my professional reputation is difficult to quantify, but definitely significant. Rachel has been banned from my laptop and my personal information. I've also refused to provide any childcare going forward. Rachel claimed this was cruel to her children, who love me, but I told her she destroyed that relationship by sabotaging my career. If she wanted family childcare, she shouldn't have attacked my ability to build an independent life. Rachel is now scrambling to find alternative childcare and is upset about the costs. My parents have supported my decision not to help her anymore, though my mother occasionally suggests I'm being too harsh and that Rachel made a mistake born of desperation. I've told my mother that systematically sabotaging 15 job applications over 6 months isn't a mistake. It's a sustained campaign of career destruction that I won't forgive. 3 weeks after discovering Rachel's sabotage, I've received 2 job offers from companies I'd reapplied to after explaining the false references. I accepted a position at a mid-sized marketing firm with a good salary and benefits. I start in 2 weeks and will be moving out of my parents' house into my own apartment. Rachel has been forced to hire a nanny service that costs her approximately $800 weekly, about $3,200 monthly for the childcare she was getting free from me by sabotaging my career. She's complained to our parents about the cost, but they've told her this is the consequence of her actions. If she'd supported my job search instead of destroying it, she could have worked with me to arrange occasional paid babysitting that would have been far cheaper than professional services. The relationship with Rachel is permanently damaged. She's tried to apologize, sending me messages claiming she was stressed and made poor decisions, but that she loves me and hopes we can move past this. But her apology rings hollow when she's primarily upset about the financial consequences of losing her free babysitter, rather than genuinely remorseful about destroying my job prospects. I've also learned from younger cousins that Rachel had been telling extended family I was lazy and not serious about finding work, which was why I was still unemployed. She'd been covering her sabotage by bad-mouthing me to relatives, making it seem like my unemployment was my fault, rather than the result of her systematic interference. This additional layer of betrayal, damaging my reputation within the family while secretly destroying my applications, shows how calculated her campaign was. Some family members who heard Rachel's version of events have been surprised to learn the truth. A few have apologized to me for believing I wasn't trying hard enough to find work. Others still seem skeptical that Rachel would really do something so damaging, apparently finding it hard to believe someone would sabotage their own sister's career. But the evidence is clear. Rachel admits to making the false reference calls, and the timing of my rejections correlates perfectly with companies she contacted. My new employer has been supportive after I explained the situation. They appreciated my honesty about what had happened and said the fact I'd reached out proactively to explain the false references actually demonstrated integrity. They also noted that the quality of my portfolio and interview performance far outweighed any alleged reference concerns, which suggested the references were likely fabricated. I've also consulted with an attorney about whether I have grounds to sue Rachel for damages. The attorney said I potentially have a case for tortious interference with business relationships. Rachel deliberately interfered with my employment opportunities for her own benefit. The challenge is quantifying damages, since I did eventually get hired. But the 6 months of unnecessary unemployment and the harm to my professional reputation are real costs I incurred. The attorney suggested sending Rachel a demand letter requiring her to pay me for the childcare services she received during the 6 months she was sabotaging my job search, approximately $15,000 worth of free babysitting she obtained through fraud. The letter would also require Rachel to send correction letters to all companies she contacted, admitting she provided false references and apologizing for the deception. Rachel's attorney, she hired one after receiving my demand letter, has responded claiming Rachel can't afford the $15,000 and that requiring her to send correction letters would be humiliating and could damage her professional reputation. I found the irony rich. Rachel was concerned about damage to her own reputation, while she'd been perfectly willing to damage mine by providing false references to potential employers. We're currently negotiating a settlement. My attorney is pushing for partial payment of the childcare costs, plus written corrections to at least the companies I'm reapplying to. Rachel is resisting, claiming this is punitive and that family should forgive family. But forgiveness doesn't mean accepting financial losses and career damage without any accountability. My parents have stayed mostly neutral in the legal dispute, though my father privately told me he supports me holding Rachel accountable. He said Rachel made choices that harmed me significantly and that consequences are appropriate. My mother is more conflicted, wanting both her daughters to reconcile, but acknowledging Rachel's behavior was very wrong. I'm moving forward with my career and my new life independent of Rachel. I've learned that family relationships can't be taken for granted, and that some people, even siblings, will sabotage you if they benefit from keeping you down. Rachel's action taught me that being family doesn't make someone trustworthy, and that protecting yourself sometimes means cutting off people who've proven they'll harm you for their own convenience. The most telling aspect of this entire situation is that Rachel never once considered how her sabotage affected me. My stress about unemployment, my damaged confidence, my financial struggles living with parents at 23 when I should have been independent. She only cared about maintaining free childcare and was willing to destroy my career prospects to keep me trapped in that role. That level of selfishness and disregard for my well-being shows who Rachel really is, and it's not someone I want in my life going forward. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you live with family and notice unusual patterns in your job search, consider whether someone might have access to your application information and be interfering. Rachel's sabotage was sophisticated and hard to detect. She used real company names, provided plausible-sounding references, and targeted companies strategically to maximize damage while avoiding detection. If I hadn't had that one recruiter who mentioned the reference specifically, I might never have discovered what she was doing. My aunt forged my signature to add herself as beneficiary on my trust fund from my late mom. The absolutely devastating inheritance theft I discovered 5 months ago has revealed that my Aunt Patricia, who I trusted as my guardian after my mother died when I was 14, forged legal documents to name herself as co-beneficiary on the $400,000 trust fund my mother left exclusively for me, then systematically withdrew half the money over 4 years, claiming she deserved compensation for raising me after my mother's death. I'm Alexis, 25 years old, and my mother died from breast cancer when I was 14, leaving me orphaned since my father had passed when I was a baby. My mother's life insurance and assets were placed in a trust for my benefit, managed by a bank with instructions that the money be used for my education, living expenses, and support until age 25, when I'd gain full control of remaining funds. The trust was valued at approximately $400,000 when my mother died. My Aunt Patricia, my mother's older sister, became my legal guardian after Mom died. Patricia had always seemed devoted to our family, and in my grief I was grateful to have her take me in. She assured me constantly that my mother's trust fund was safe and would be there for my future. College tuition, first home, starting my career, whatever I needed. She handled all the administrative details of the trust while I focused on finishing high school and processing my grief. Patricia paid for my college from the trust, which was appropriate and aligned with my mother's intentions. But looking back, she was surprisingly controlling about costs, insisting I attend a cheaper state school rather than the private university I'd been accepted to, refusing to let me live on campus and making me commute from her house, limiting spending on books and supplies. At the time, I thought she was being financially responsible with my money. Now I realize she was preserving as much as possible for herself. I graduated college 2 years ago and started working in marketing. I continued living with Patricia because housing in our city is expensive and I was saving money for my own place. Patricia reminded me frequently that I was lucky to have family who'd taken me in and that many orphans didn't have the support I'd received. I felt grateful and somewhat indebted to her. Last year, when I turned 25, I was supposed to gain full control of whatever remained in my trust fund. I contacted the bank managing the trust to begin the transfer process. That's when I discovered the trust balance was only $142,000, roughly a third of what I'd expected based on what should have remained after my college expenses. The trust officer explained that there had been significant withdrawals over the past decade beyond college costs. When I asked what those withdrawals were for, she pulled up the documentation and showed me that Patricia had modified the trust beneficiary designation years ago to name herself as co-beneficiary, entitled to half the assets. According to the documents on file, I had signed this modification at age 18, agreeing to share the trust with Patricia. I was stunned. I'd never signed any such document. I'd never agreed to share my mother's trust fund with Patricia. The trust was specifically for me. My mother's life insurance and life savings meant to support her daughter after her death. There was no reason I would have agreed to give half of it to Patricia. I asked to see the signature on the beneficiary modification document. Even to my untrained eye, it didn't look like my signature. The bank officer seemed uncomfortable and suggested I might want to consult an attorney if I didn't remember signing the document. That's when I realized what had happened. Patricia had forged my signature to steal half of my inheritance. I immediately hired an attorney who specialized in trust and estate fraud. My attorney obtained the beneficiary modification documents from the bank and had them analyzed by a forensic document examiner. The examiner's report concluded that my signature on the modification had been forged. The handwriting didn't match my authenticated signatures from the same time period, and there were signs the signature had been traced from another document, rather than written naturally. My attorney also discovered that Patricia had notarized the forged document herself. Patricia was a notary public through her job, and she'd used her own notary stamp to certify a signature she'd forged. This added another layer of fraud. She'd not only forged my signature, but had then abused her notary authority to make the forgery appear legitimate. The timeline made Patricia's calculation clear. She'd forged the beneficiary modification when I was 18, old enough that my signature would be legally binding, but young enough that I was still living with her and wouldn't be independently monitoring the trust. She'd then waited a few years before beginning significant withdrawals, spacing them out to avoid raising red flags. Over 4 years, Patricia had withdrawn approximately $200,000 from the trust, half of what remained after my college expenses, claiming it as her share per the forged modification. Patricia had spent the stolen money on herself: a new car, expensive vacations, home renovations, designer purchases. Her social media was full of photos from trips to Europe and tropical resorts, pictures of her renovated kitchen and bathroom, posts about her luxury car. She'd been living lavishly on money stolen from her dead sister's orphaned daughter, while I'd been living modestly, saving money, and feeling grateful for her sacrifice in raising me. The bank was horrified when presented with evidence the beneficiary modification was forged. They'd processed the document in good faith, trusting the notarization and assuming the signature was authentic. But they acknowledged they should have sent me independent notice of such a significant modification to the trust structure, rather than relying solely on Patricia's submission. Their failure to verify directly with me had enabled Patricia's theft to proceed unchallenged. I reported Patricia to police for forgery, fraud, and notary misconduct. The detective was appalled by the case. Patricia had forged legal documents to steal from her orphaned niece's trust fund while acting as guardian. The betrayal was particularly egregious given Patricia's position of trust and my vulnerability as a grieving teenager who'd just lost her mother. Patricia was arrested and charged with multiple felonies including forgery, fraud, theft, and abuse of notary authority. She tried to claim there had been a misunderstanding and that she'd believed she deserved compensation for raising me after my mother's death. But the forged signature proved this wasn't a misunderstanding. It was calculated theft she'd planned and executed over years. The claim that she deserved compensation for raising me was particularly insulting. Patricia had been my legal guardian, yes, but my trust had paid for all my expenses: food, housing costs, utilities, my education. Patricia had actually profited from guardianship through the legitimate trust distributions for my support. The additional $200,000 she'd stolen hadn't been compensation. It had been theft of my inheritance on top of compensation she'd already received. My attorney filed a civil lawsuit for return of the stolen funds plus damages. We sought the full $200,000 Patricia had stolen, plus interest, punitive damages for the egregious nature of the fraud, and reimbursement for legal fees. Patricia's attorney tried to claim she'd spent the money and couldn't pay it back. But that didn't erase her obligation to repay what she'd stolen. 6 months after discovering Patricia's theft of my trust fund, she's facing serious criminal charges, and I'm slowly recovering the stolen money through asset seizure and forced repayment. But the emotional betrayal of learning that my aunt, who I'd trusted, lived with, and felt grateful toward, had been systematically stealing my inheritance while playing the role of devoted guardian is something I'll struggle with for years. Patricia pleaded guilty to reduced charges in exchange for agreeing to full restitution and surrendering assets. She had to sell the car she'd bought with stolen money, liquidate investments she'd made with my inheritance, and agree to a payment plan for the remainder. I'll recover most of the stolen $200,000, though the process will take years, and I'll never get back the time value of the money or the interest it should have earned. The criminal sentence included 18 months in prison and 5 years probation. The judge was harsh in sentencing remarks, noting that Patricia had betrayed extraordinary trust as guardian to a grieving orphan and had forged legal documents over years to systematically steal from her niece. The judge said Patricia's abuse of her notary authority to facilitate the fraud was particularly disturbing and showed calculated criminal intent. Patricia's notary commission was permanently revoked, which affects her employment, since her job required notary authority. She's also been reported to her professional licensing board for the fraud and notary misconduct. The consequences extend beyond criminal penalties to affecting her career and professional reputation for the rest of her life. I've had to process that essentially my entire relationship with Patricia after my mother's death was built on deception. Every time she'd told me she was taking care of my mother's trust fund, she was actually stealing from it. Every time she'd reminded me how lucky I was that she'd taken me in, she was manipulating me to feel grateful while robbing my inheritance. The guardian I'd trusted and felt indebted to had been a thief. The relationship with extended family has been complicated. Some relatives have expressed shock and support, saying they had no idea Patricia was capable of such betrayal. Others have suggested I should show mercy since Patricia made mistakes and had raised me. The relatives suggesting I should be lenient apparently think forging documents to steal $200,000 from your orphaned niece over 4 years qualifies as a mistake rather than systematic criminal fraud. I've cut off completely any family members who defended Patricia or suggested I should drop charges. People who think stealing from an orphaned niece is forgivable aren't people I want in my life. The relatives who truly care about me were immediately and completely supportive, with no qualifications or suggestions that Patricia's actions were understandable. I moved out of Patricia's house immediately upon discovering the theft, even before the criminal charges. Living another day under the roof of someone who'd been stealing my inheritance was impossible. Friends helped me move out quickly, and I've been staying with roommates while rebuilding my finances and my sense of trust. The psychological impact has been severe. I have trust issues now that extend beyond just Patricia. I find myself questioning everyone's motives and wondering who else might be lying or exploiting me. I've started therapy specifically to work through the betrayal by my guardian and the complicated grief of losing my mother all over again in a sense. Because Patricia's theft has tainted all my memories of the years after Mom's death. My mother worked hard her whole life to build assets that would support me after her death. She bought life insurance, saved money, and structured a trust to ensure I'd be cared for. Patricia stole half of that legacy while pretending to honor it. She didn't just steal money. She stole the security and future my mother had worked to provide for her daughter. The bank has implemented new procedures requiring independent verification with beneficiaries before processing modifications to trust documents. My case exposed flaws in their system, where a guardian with notary authority could forge modifications without the actual beneficiary knowing. The changes come too late to help me, but hopefully will protect other trust beneficiaries from similar fraud. I'm rebuilding my financial life with the recovered funds and planning the future my mother intended the trust to support. I'm putting a down payment on a small house, which my mother would have wanted. I'm also setting aside money for potential future education or business ventures. The money feels tainted by Patricia's theft, but I'm trying to honor my mother's intentions by using it wisely for my future. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you're a young person with a trust fund or inheritance, maintain direct contact with the financial institutions managing your money, even if you have a guardian or trustee handling administration. Ask for regular statements sent directly to you. Verify any modifications to trust documents directly with the institution, not just through your guardian. Patricia's theft was possible because I'd trusted her completely and hadn't maintained independent oversight of my own trust. Family members in positions of financial trust sometimes abuse that trust, especially when dealing with vulnerable young people who've lost parents. Patricia saw my mother's death and my grief as an opportunity to steal, not a responsibility to protect. She forged my signature, abused her notary authority, and systematically drained my inheritance while playing the devoted guardian. Now, she's facing the criminal consequences of that betrayal, while I rebuild the security my mother worked to provide and Patricia stole. My brother sabotaged my sobriety by secretly putting alcohol in my drinks at family events. The absolutely devastating relapse sabotage I discovered 3 months ago has exposed that my older brother Kyle deliberately spiked my beverages with vodka at multiple family gatherings over 6 months, causing me to unknowingly break my sobriety after 2 years of recovery from alcohol addiction, then watched me spiral into confusion and shame, thinking I'd somehow relapsed on my own, while he apparently found my struggle entertaining. I'm Olivia, 26 years old, and I've been in recovery from alcohol use disorder for what I thought was 2.5 years. My addiction had started in college and had escalated to the point where I'd nearly lost everything. Dropped out of school, lost jobs, damaged relationships, hit rock bottom at age 23. I'd entered treatment, worked through a 12-step program, attended regular AA meetings, and had rebuilt my life completely. My sobriety had been the foundation of everything positive I'd achieved since treatment. My brother Kyle is 29, and we'd never been particularly close. He'd always been the successful sibling, good job in finance, nice apartment, active social life, while I'd been the family embarrassment during my addiction years. Kyle had never seemed to take my recovery seriously, making jokes about my past drinking, and frequently commenting that I was no fun anymore since getting sober. About 8 months ago, I started experiencing strange symptoms at family gatherings. After attending Sunday dinners at my parents' house or holiday events, I'd feel unusually tired, slightly dizzy, and emotionally off. I'd attributed these feelings to stress or anxiety about being around family where alcohol was present, since family events had been triggering during early recovery. Then about 6 months ago, I started having what seemed like mild relapses. I'd feel drunk, fuzzy-headed, uncoordinated, emotionally unstable, despite not having consumed any alcohol. These episodes always happened during or after family events. I'd panic, thinking I was somehow relapsing without conscious awareness, maybe sleepwalking and drinking, or experiencing some kind of medical issue. I'd confess these episodes to my AA sponsor, crying and confused about how I could be experiencing drunk feelings when I hadn't had any alcohol. My sponsor suggested I might be experiencing PAWS, post-acute withdrawal syndrome, or psychological symptoms from being around alcohol at family events. I'd restarted my sobriety count, devastated that after 2 years I'd apparently lost control again. The confusion and shame had been overwhelming. I'd worked so hard in recovery, and the idea that I was somehow drinking without awareness, or that my sobriety was spontaneously failing, terrified me. I'd increased my AA meeting attendance, had started seeing my therapist twice weekly, and had been considering whether I needed to return to intensive treatment. 3 months ago, my cousin Emma pulled me aside at a family barbecue. She'd seen something disturbing and needed to tell me. Emma had watched Kyle pour vodka from a small flask into the soda I'd left on the counter while I'd been in the bathroom. She'd been shocked, and had immediately taken a photo of Kyle in the act before confronting him. Kyle had apparently told Emma to mind her own business and that he was just having fun by giving me a little taste of alcohol to see what would happen. Emma was horrified and immediately told me everything. She showed me the photo she'd taken of Kyle pouring vodka into my drink, clear evidence of what he'd done. The realization that Kyle had been deliberately spiking my drinks with alcohol, that my mysterious relapses and drunk feelings weren't my fault, but were caused by my brother's sabotage, was initially relieving, and then overwhelmingly enraging. I hadn't been losing my sobriety or experiencing mysterious medical issues. I'd been poisoned by someone I'd trusted as family. I confronted Kyle immediately with Emma as a witness. He initially tried to deny it. Then, when Emma showed him the photo she'd taken, he shifted to claiming it was just a joke and that I was overreacting. He said he'd only done it a few times and had just wanted to see if I'd notice, implying this was harmless teasing rather than serious sabotage of my recovery. I demanded to know how many times he'd spiked my drinks. Kyle eventually admitted he'd been doing it for about 6 months, putting vodka in my sodas, my iced teas, my water bottles at family gatherings. He'd apparently found it amusing to watch me experiencing drunk symptoms, and then later hearing from family members that I seemed off or not myself at events. The cruelty was incomprehensible. Kyle had known I was in recovery from serious addiction. He'd attended family therapy sessions during my treatment, where my counselor had explained how critical sobriety was to my survival. I'd been at risk of alcohol-related death when I'd entered treatment. Kyle had known that breaking my sobriety could trigger a full relapse that might kill me, and he'd deliberately caused it anyway for his entertainment. I reported Kyle to the police. The detective explained that spiking someone's drink with alcohol without their knowledge is assault and potentially poisoning. In my case, where I had known addiction issues and Kyle was aware of them, the crime was even more serious because he'd intentionally introduced a substance he knew I had dangerous vulnerability to. Kyle was arrested and charged with assault, reckless endangerment, and poisoning. The prosecutor was particularly aggressive about pursuing charges because drugging someone who's in recovery from addiction with the substance they're recovering from represents extreme recklessness and disregard for human life. Kyle faced potentially years in prison if convicted. I also reported Kyle to my AA group and my treatment center. They documented his sabotage as a case of deliberate recovery sabotage by a family member, which apparently happens more often than I'd realized. My sponsor was outraged and immediately reassured me that my sobriety count should restart from when Kyle began spiking my drinks. I hadn't consciously relapsed. I'd been poisoned. The psychological damage was severe. I'd spent months thinking I was mysteriously losing control of my sobriety, had restarted my sobriety count, had questioned whether I was capable of sustained recovery. Kyle's sabotage had damaged my confidence in my own recovery, and had caused me to doubt myself in ways that could have triggered genuine relapse even after his poisoning stopped. My family's reaction was mixed and disappointing. My parents were horrified and immediately supported pressing charges against Kyle. But some other relatives suggested I was overreacting and that Kyle's prank wasn't serious enough to warrant criminal charges. These relatives apparently didn't understand that spiking an alcoholic's drinks isn't a prank. It's attempted harm that could trigger relapse, overdose, or death. Kyle's attorney tried to minimize what he'd done, characterizing it as misguided teasing rather than serious assault. But the evidence was clear. Kyle had systematically poisoned my beverages with alcohol over 6 months, knowing I was in recovery and that consuming alcohol without my knowledge could harm me. His intent might have been entertainment, but the result was assault and endangerment. 4 months after discovering Kyle's sabotage of my sobriety, I'm rebuilding my sense of safety and recovery and watching him face criminal consequences for deliberately poisoning an alcoholic family member for entertainment. My sobriety is actually intact. I've been sober continuously except for the occasions when Kyle spiked my drinks without my knowledge or consent. But the psychological damage of months thinking I was mysteriously relapsing will take years to fully heal. Kyle pleaded guilty to assault and reckless endangerment charges. He received a sentence of 18 months in prison plus 3 years probation. The judge was harsh in sentencing remarks, noting that Kyle had endangered his sister's life by introducing alcohol to someone in recovery, had done so repeatedly over months, and had shown no remorse until facing criminal consequences. Kyle's conviction and incarceration have split the family. My parents and most close relatives support the prosecution and have cut contact with Kyle. But his friends and some extended family maintain he was unfairly punished for a mistake, and that I was vindictive for pressing charges rather than handling it within the family. The relatives defending Kyle fundamentally don't understand addiction recovery. Spiking an alcoholic's drinks with the substance they're recovering from isn't a mistake or a prank. It's assault with potentially deadly consequences. Kyle knew my addiction history, knew I was in recovery, and chose to poison my drinks anyway. That's not a mistake. It's deliberate harm. I've had to rebuild my confidence in my recovery. For months, I doubted whether I was capable of staying sober, had questioned whether I had some unconscious self-sabotage pattern, had feared I was losing control without awareness. Learning that my relapses were actually Kyle's poisoning rather than my failure has been validating. But the months of doubt and shame have left psychological scars. My AA sponsor and my therapist have been instrumental in helping me process this experience. My sponsor immediately corrected my sobriety count to reflect continuous sobriety, except for occasions when I was unknowingly poisoned, which helped restore my sense of accomplishment in recovery. My therapist has helped me understand that Kyle's sabotage was about his issues: resentment, cruelty, inability to accept my recovery, not about any failing on my part. I've learned through recovery communities that sabotage by family members is unfortunately common. People in recovery frequently face relatives who undermine their sobriety through jokes about drinking, pressure to have just one drink, or deliberate sabotage like Kyle's poisoning. Family members sometimes can't accept recovery because it changes relationship dynamics or forces them to examine their own substance use. Kyle has never genuinely apologized or taken accountability. His court-mandated apology was perfunctory and focused on how the consequences had affected him, rather than acknowledging the harm he'd caused me. He maintains he didn't understand how serious it was, and that everyone is overreacting, showing he still doesn't grasp that poisoning someone in recovery could have killed them. I'm completely no contact with Kyle, and will remain so indefinitely. Someone capable of systematically poisoning their siblings' drinks for entertainment over 6 months isn't someone I want in my life, regardless of family connection. The betrayal of trust, knowing he watched me struggle and doubt myself while he was the cause, is something I'll never forgive. Some family members occasionally suggest I should consider reconciliation once Kyle completes his sentence, arguing that family should forgive and that holding grudges is unhealthy. But protecting myself from someone who's proven capable of endangering my sobriety and my life isn't holding a grudge. It's establishing necessary boundaries for my safety and recovery. I'm sharing this story as a warning to others in recovery. Be vigilant about your beverages at family events, especially if you have relatives who don't respect your sobriety. Consider bringing your own sealed drinks, keeping drinks within sight at all times, or declining beverages at events with unsupportive family. Kyle's sabotage was possible because I trusted family and never imagined someone would deliberately spike my drinks. If you're in recovery and experience unexpected drunk feelings or symptoms at family events, consider the possibility of drink tampering. Get tested for blood alcohol if you suspect poisoning. Report sabotage to both recovery support systems and to police. Drugging someone without consent is a crime, and drugging someone in recovery with their substance of addiction is serious assault. Kyle spent 6 months systematically poisoning my drinks with vodka, watching me experience drunk symptoms and confusion, and apparently finding entertainment in my struggle. He damaged my confidence in my recovery, caused me to restart my sobriety count, and triggered psychological crisis about whether I was capable of sustained sobriety. Now he's in prison facing consequences for assault and endangerment, while I'm continuing my recovery with the knowledge that my sobriety was intact all along. I was never mysteriously relapsing. I was being deliberately poisoned by my own brother. My brother secretly recorded my therapy sessions and played them at family dinner. The absolutely mortifying privacy violation I discovered last month has exposed that my older brother Nathan planted a recording device in my car, where I often do phone therapy sessions, captured 6 months of my most vulnerable conversations with my therapist, discussing trauma, mental health struggles, and family issues, then played edited clips at a family dinner to humiliate me and prove I was lying about our childhood. I'm Sophie, 21 years old, and I've been in therapy for 2 years working through anxiety, depression, and childhood trauma related to emotional abuse and favoritism in my family. My brother Nathan, 28, has always been the golden child, athletic, successful, never criticized by our parents, while I was constantly compared unfavorably to him and made to feel like a disappointment. Therapy has helped me understand these dynamics and set healthier boundaries with my family. I do therapy via phone sessions weekly because my therapist practices in another city and telehealth is convenient for my schedule. I often take these calls from my car, parked near my apartment or in parking lots, where I have privacy to discuss sensitive topics. These sessions cover deeply personal material: childhood memories of being belittled, current struggles with self-esteem, relationship issues, and my honest feelings about family members, including Nathan. Last month, my extended family gathered for my grandmother's birthday dinner at my parents' house. About 20 relatives were present, including aunts, uncles, cousins, and my parents. Midway through dinner, Nathan suddenly stood up, connected his phone to the TV, and announced he had something important everyone needed to hear. Before I could process what was happening, audio of my therapy sessions started playing through the TV speakers. My voice discussing with my therapist how Nathan had bullied me growing up, how my parents had consistently favored him, how family gatherings triggered my anxiety. Then my therapist's voice asking questions about my feelings and experiences. Nathan had edited together clips from multiple sessions into a compilation of my most vulnerable moments. I was horrified and frozen in shock. The entire family was hearing my private therapy conversations, me crying about childhood trauma, discussing my mental health diagnoses, admitting I sometimes avoided family events because they were emotionally difficult. Nathan kept playing clip after clip while I sat there unable to move or speak, completely exposed and humiliated in front of everyone. Nathan's stated purpose for this violation was to prove that I was lying about our childhood and that I was mentally unstable. He claimed my therapy conversations showed I'd fabricated abuse that never happened, and that I was unfairly blaming him and our parents for my personal problems. He wanted to publicly discredit me and portray himself as the victim of my false accusations. The room was silent except for the recordings. Some relatives looked uncomfortable, others shocked. A few seemed sympathetic to me. My mother eventually told Nathan to turn it off, but he'd already played several minutes of deeply private material. The damage was done. My most vulnerable therapeutic conversations had been broadcast to my entire family without my consent. I left immediately, unable to stay in that house another second. I was shaking, crying, completely devastated. Nathan had violated my privacy in the most intimate way possible, weaponizing my mental health treatment to humiliate and discredit me in front of everyone who mattered to me. After leaving my grandmother's birthday dinner, I went directly to the police station. I was barely coherent, but managed to explain that my brother had secretly recorded my private therapy sessions and played them publicly without my consent. The officer took my report seriously, explaining that recording someone's private conversations without consent is illegal in our state, and that recording therapy sessions specifically violates healthcare privacy laws. The investigation revealed Nathan had purchased a voice-activated recording device designed to look like a USB car charger. He'd planted it in my car during a visit to my apartment months earlier when I'd let him borrow my car to move some furniture. The device had been recording continuously, capturing not just therapy sessions, but all conversations in my vehicle for 6 months. Nathan had apparently been listening to my therapy recordings for months, hearing me process trauma and discuss family dynamics with my therapist. He'd been waiting for the right moment to weaponize this information. My grandmother's birthday dinner, with maximum family attendance, had been his chosen venue for maximum humiliation. The recordings Nathan made violated multiple laws. The unauthorized recording of my conversations without consent was illegal wiretapping. Recording therapy sessions specifically violated healthcare privacy regulations because therapy conversations are protected health information. Playing the recordings publicly at a family gathering added additional violations around dissemination of private medical information. Nathan was arrested and charged with illegal wiretapping, violation of healthcare privacy laws, and harassment. The prosecutor said this was one of the most egregious privacy violations they'd encountered, not just recording private conversations, but specifically targeting therapy sessions and then broadcasting them to humiliate the victim. Nathan faced potentially years in prison if convicted. My therapist was horrified when I told her what Nathan had done. She immediately reported the violation to her licensing board and her professional liability insurance. She explained that the confidentiality of therapy is sacred and legally protected, and that Nathan's recording and dissemination of our sessions was a serious crime. She offered to testify about the damage this violation could cause to our therapeutic relationship and to my mental health. The family's reaction was divided and devastating in its own way. Some relatives reached out to express support and outrage about what Nathan had done. My aunt told me she was appalled that Nathan would violate my privacy so severely, and that nothing I'd said in the recordings justified his actions. My cousin said Nathan's behavior was abusive and showed exactly the dynamics I'd described in therapy. But other family members defended Nathan or minimized what he'd done. My father said Nathan had made a mistake, but had been trying to defend himself against my accusations. My mother suggested I'd brought this on myself by saying negative things about family in therapy. Nathan's wife claimed the recordings proved I'd been unfairly attacking Nathan, and that he'd had a right to expose my lies. The family members defending Nathan apparently couldn't grasp, or refused to acknowledge, that secretly recording someone's therapy for 6 months and broadcasting it at a family dinner wasn't defending yourself. It was committing serious crimes while psychologically abusing your sibling. Nathan's actions weren't protective, they were retaliatory and designed to punish me for seeking mental health treatment and processing family trauma. I filed a restraining order against Nathan, which was granted based on the evidence of stalking, illegal recording, and harassment. Nathan was prohibited from contacting me or coming within 500 feet. He violated the order within a week by sending me threatening messages through a fake social media account, resulting in his arrest for restraining order violation in addition to the original charges. 2 months after Nathan played my therapy recordings at family dinner, I'm rebuilding my sense of safety and privacy while watching him face serious criminal consequences. The psychological damage from having my most vulnerable therapeutic conversations broadcast to my family is severe and has required intensive therapy to process. But I'm determined not to let Nathan's abuse silence me or prevent me from healing. Nathan's criminal case is proceeding. He's facing multiple felony charges with prosecutors seeking prison time given the premeditated nature of the violation and the subsequent restraining order violation. Nathan's attorney is trying to negotiate a plea deal, but I've told prosecutors I oppose any lenient sentencing. Nathan committed calculated psychological abuse and needs to face real consequences. The recordings Nathan made have been used as evidence in the criminal case, which means the prosecution has documented exactly what was said in my therapy sessions. My attorney assured me that these will remain sealed court records and won't be publicly accessible. But knowing prosecutors and court personnel have heard my private therapy is still uncomfortable, even though it's necessary for justice. My relationship with several family members is permanently damaged. I've cut off my parents completely after they defended Nathan and blamed me for his crimes. I've also cut contact with Nathan's wife and several other relatives who took his side. The family members who suggested I deserved what Nathan did for talking badly about family in therapy aren't people I want in my life. Some extended family has been supportive and apologetic. My aunt has told me she always suspected Nathan was the golden child, and that I'd been treated unfairly, and that the recordings actually validated my experiences rather than disproving them, as Nathan intended. She said hearing me describe childhood dynamics in therapy matched observations she'd made over years but had never felt comfortable addressing. This aunt's perspective helped me realize Nathan's plan had partially backfired. While he'd intended to discredit me by playing the recordings, some family members had actually been disturbed by what they heard. Not because I'd lied, but because my accounts of favoritism, emotional abuse, and family dysfunction resonated as true. Nathan had accidentally provided evidence supporting my experiences while trying to disprove them. I've had to find a new therapist because the violation of my sessions with my previous therapist damaged that therapeutic relationship beyond repair. Not through any fault of my therapist, but because those sessions had been so profoundly compromised by Nathan's recording and broadcasting. My new therapist specializes in trauma and abuse, and we're working through both the original family trauma and the new trauma of Nathan's violation. The therapy recordings have been permanently destroyed per court order after being used as evidence. The device Nathan planted in my car has been analyzed by police and returned to me as evidence of the crime. I've had my car professionally swept for any other recording devices and have become vigilant about checking for surveillance equipment in my apartment and vehicle. Nathan has lost his job after his employer learned about the criminal charges. Apparently, a company that handles sensitive client information doesn't want to employ someone who's been charged with illegal wiretapping and privacy violations. Nathan's wife has blamed me for this consequence, claiming I've ruined his life by pressing charges rather than handling it privately within the family. The suggestion that I should have handled Nathan's crimes privately is absurd. He secretly recorded my therapy for 6 months and broadcast it at a family dinner. These aren't mistakes to be handled privately. They're serious crimes that require legal consequences. The family members suggesting I should drop charges are essentially asking me to accept abuse without consequences to protect Nathan from accountability. I've become an advocate for mental health privacy rights and have shared my story, anonymously, with organizations working on these issues. Many people don't realize how vulnerable therapy conversations are to technological surveillance, and how devastating it can be when that privacy is violated. Nathan's crime is an extreme example, but the technology he used is readily available and could be misused by anyone. The most healing aspect of this nightmare has been connecting with other survivors of family abuse who faced similar violations. I've found online communities of people whose families retaliated against them for seeking therapy or speaking about family dysfunction. Knowing I'm not alone in experiencing this kind of abuse has been validating, even as it's disturbing how common family retaliation against therapy patients appears to be. I'm sharing this story to warn others about the vulnerability of phone therapy sessions and the importance of protecting your privacy, even from family members. Check your vehicles and private spaces for recording devices if you have family members who are hostile about your therapy. Be aware that some abusive families will retaliate against members who seek mental health treatment that might involve processing family dysfunction. Nathan spent 6 months recording my most vulnerable moments, edited them for maximum humiliation, and broadcast them to destroy my credibility and punish me for seeking help. His actions were premeditated abuse, designed to psychologically destroy me while discrediting my accounts of childhood trauma. But his plan failed. Instead of silencing me, his crimes have validated my experiences and shown my family exactly the dynamics I'd been describing in therapy. He meant to prove I was lying about abuse, but instead he demonstrated through his own actions exactly the kind of abuse I'd been trying to heal from. My brother-in-law falsely reported me to CPS, saying I abuse my kids to win a custody battle. The absolutely devastating false accusation I'm still fighting 6 months later has exposed that my sister's husband, Brian, filed a fabricated report with Child Protective Services, claiming I physically and emotionally abuse my 2 young children, complete with staged photographic evidence of injuries he'd inflicted on his own kids. All as part of a scheme to help my ex-wife gain sole custody in our divorce proceedings by painting me as a dangerous parent who shouldn't have access to my own children. I'm David, 32 years old, and I'm in the middle of a difficult divorce from my wife of 9 years, Jennifer. We have 2 kids together, Liam, 7, and Emma, 5. The divorce has been contentious, with significant disagreement over custody arrangements. Jennifer wants sole custody with limited visitation for me, while I want shared custody so I can remain actively involved in raising our children. The custody battle has been bitter, expensive, and emotionally exhausting for everyone involved. My sister Rachel, 35, has been married to Brian for 6 years. They have 3 kids of their own. Rachel and I have always been close, and she'd been somewhat supportive during my divorce, despite also maintaining a relationship with Jennifer, who she'd become friends with during our marriage. Brian, however, has always sided firmly with Jennifer, and has been openly hostile toward me during the divorce. 6 months ago, CPS showed up at my door without warning to investigate a report of child abuse. The caseworker explained that someone had filed a detailed report claiming I regularly hit my children, screamed at them, withheld food as punishment, and created an unsafe home environment. The report included photographs allegedly showing bruises and injuries on Liam and Emma. I was shocked and horrified. I've never abused my children in any way. I'm a devoted father who's fighting for custody, specifically because I want to be fully present in my kids' lives. The accusations were completely fabricated, but I knew these kinds of allegations, even false ones, could destroy my custody case and my relationship with my children. CPS conducted a full investigation, interviewing my children, examining them for injuries, inspecting my home, interviewing neighbors and teachers. Thankfully, the investigation found no evidence of abuse. My children showed no signs of injuries, consistently described me as a loving and caring father, and their teachers confirmed they seemed happy, well-adjusted, and never showed concerning behaviors. My home was clean, safe, and age-appropriate. The CPS investigator ultimately concluded the report appeared to be false, but the damage was already done. Jennifer's attorney immediately submitted the CPS report, even though it was unfounded, as evidence in our custody proceedings, arguing that where there's smoke, there's fire, and that the mere existence of an abuse report showed I was a questionable parent. The family court judge was required to consider the report, and my custody evaluation became more scrutinized and skeptical, despite CPS finding no evidence supporting the allegations. I hired a private investigator to determine who had filed the false CPS report and where the supposed photographic evidence had come from. The investigator discovered that Brian had filed the report using an anonymous tip line. More shockingly, the investigator traced the photographs of bruised children that had been submitted with the report and found they weren't pictures of my children at all. They were pictures of Brian's own kids. The discovery that Brian had filed false abuse allegations against me and had used photos of injuries on his own children as fake evidence was both shocking and provided a dark explanation for where the photos came from. If Brian had photos of his children with bruises and injuries to use as fabricated evidence against me, it raised disturbing questions about how those injuries occurred. My investigator presented all evidence to my attorney. Documentation showing Brian had filed the CPS report, proof that the photos submitted weren't of my children, and forensic analysis showing the images were actually Brian's kids based on metadata and facial recognition analysis. My attorney immediately reported this to both the family court and to CPS. CPS opened an investigation into Brian and Rachel's household based on the photographs Brian had submitted. If those photos showed injured children, and those children were actually Brian's kids, CPS needed to determine how those injuries had occurred. The investigation into my family had been closed as unfounded, but a new investigation into Brian's family was now opening. During the CPS investigation of Brian and Rachel's home, disturbing findings emerged. Brian's children showed signs of physical punishment that crossed the line into abuse. The bruises in the photos Brian had submitted, which he'd claimed were pictures of my children being abused by me, were actually bruises he'd inflicted on his own children through excessive physical discipline. Brian had essentially documented his own child abuse while trying to use it as evidence against me. Brian was arrested and charged with child abuse and with filing a false report. The charges were serious. He'd abused his own children, had photographed their injuries, and had then used those photos to file false allegations against me in an attempt to sabotage my custody case. The premeditation and callousness showed calculated malice beyond just false reporting. Rachel was initially defensive of Brian, claiming he'd been trying to protect Jennifer from what he believed was a dangerous situation. But as evidence mounted showing Brian had deliberately injured his own kids and had filed knowingly false reports, even Rachel couldn't maintain her defense of him. She filed for separation and has been cooperating with CPS and prosecutors. The revelation of Brian's false report and abuse of his own children completely changed the dynamics of my custody case. Jennifer's attorney had used the CPS report as evidence against me, but now it was revealed that the report was deliberately fabricated by Jennifer's ally, using photos of abuse he'd committed himself. The family court judge was outraged at the attempted manipulation of custody proceedings through false abuse allegations. My attorney filed motions to sanction Jennifer for her role in the false allegations. While Jennifer claimed she hadn't known Brian would file false reports, text messages between Jennifer and Brian showed she'd been encouraging him to find any evidence that would hurt my custody case, and had been frustrated that I appeared to be a good parent. The texts suggested Jennifer had been aware of Brian's plan, even if she hadn't directly coordinated it. The judge in our custody case ultimately ruled largely in my favor, citing the attempted manipulation through false abuse allegations as evidence of bad faith by Jennifer and her supporters. I was awarded equal shared custody with a pathway to potentially more time as we established new patterns. The judge made clear that filing false abuse reports to gain advantage in custody disputes is reprehensible and wouldn't be rewarded. 8 months after Brian's false CPS report, I have joint custody of my children and am watching Brian face serious criminal consequences while rebuilding my reputation from false abuse accusations that could have permanently destroyed my relationship with my kids. The brother-in-law, who I'd trusted as family, deliberately tried to paint me as a child abuser by using photos of injuries he'd inflicted on his own children. Brian pleaded guilty to child abuse, filing false reports, and obstruction of justice. He received a sentence of 5 years in prison. The judge was particularly harsh in sentencing, noting that Brian had abused his own children, had photographed their injuries for use in a scheme rather than seeking help for them, and had tried to destroy an innocent person's parental rights through calculated false allegations. Rachel has divorced Brian and is in therapy with her children to help them recover from Brian's abuse. She's expressed profound remorse for initially defending Brian and for not recognizing his abusive behavior sooner. Our sibling relationship is damaged, but potentially repairable. She was deceived by Brian as much as I was attacked by him. Jennifer has faced professional and social consequences from her association with Brian's scheme. While the court didn't find sufficient evidence that she'd directly coordinated the false report, the text messages showing she'd encouraged Brian to find damaging information have tainted her reputation. Some mutual friends and family have distanced themselves from her. My children have been in therapy to process the disruption of the custody battle and the revelation that their uncle had lied about their father. Thankfully, They're young enough that they weren't fully aware of the abuse allegations, but they've been confused by the sudden absence of their cousins and the tension in the family. The false CPS report will remain on record even though it was unfounded, which is frustrating. Future background checks might show the report existed, requiring me to explain repeatedly that it was deliberately fabricated and that I was exonerated. Brian's false allegation will follow me permanently, despite being proven false. The most difficult aspect has been processing that someone I'd known for years and had trusted as family had been willing to destroy my reputation and my relationship with my children through calculated false accusations of child abuse. Brian had watched my kids grow up, had attended birthday parties and holidays, and had seemed like a normal relative. Then he deliberately tried to paint me as someone who hurt children, using photos of his own kids who he'd actually been abusing. I'm sharing this story as a warning. False allegations of child abuse in custody battles are unfortunately common and can be devastatingly effective even when proven false. Document your parenting carefully. Maintain strong relationships with teachers, doctors, and others who can testify to your character. Respond immediately and comprehensively to any CPS reports. Fight false allegations aggressively because they can destroy custody cases even when unfounded. If you're accused of child abuse you didn't commit, cooperate fully with investigations while protecting your legal rights. Hire experienced family law attorneys who understand false allegation cases. Consider hiring private investigators to determine the source of false reports and to gather evidence of fabrication. Don't assume that being innocent will automatically protect you. False allegations require active defense. Brian filed a detailed false report claiming I abused my children, submitted photographs of injured kids as evidence, and nearly succeeded in destroying my custody case and my reputation. The photos he submitted as supposed evidence of my abuse were actually photos of his own children, who he'd been abusing. His scheme to help Jennifer gain custody by painting me as a dangerous parent ultimately exposed his own crimes and resulted in his imprisonment while I maintained my relationship with my kids. But the damage from months of fighting fabricated abuse allegations will take years to fully overcome. My cousin photoshopped me into compromising images and sent them to my employer. The absolutely horrifying digital defamation I discovered 5 weeks ago has revealed that my cousin Vanessa created realistic fake photographs showing me in sexually explicit and drug use situations by photoshopping my face onto other people's bodies, then anonymously sent these fabricated images to my employer, my professional contacts, and my social media followers in a deliberate attempt to destroy my career and reputation after I refused to give her money she demanded. I'm Ethan, 28 years old, working as a high school teacher in a conservative district. I've built a good reputation over 5 years as an English teacher and debate coach. I'm careful about my professional image, knowing that teachers are held to high standards of conduct both inside and outside the classroom. My social media is clean, my personal life is private, and I've never engaged in any behavior that would compromise my teaching career. My cousin Vanessa is 31 and has struggled with employment and financial stability for years. She's asked me for money multiple times, and I'd helped her occasionally with small loans that were never repaid. About 4 months ago, Vanessa asked me for $8,000 to cover debts she'd accumulated. I told her I didn't have that kind of money to lend, especially given she'd never repaid previous loans. Vanessa became angry, claiming family should help family and that I was selfish for refusing. 5 weeks ago, my principal called me into her office looking uncomfortable and serious. She showed me emails the school district had received from an anonymous sender. The emails contained photographs, images that appeared to show me at parties engaged in drug use, in sexually suggestive situations, and in scenarios completely inappropriate for a teacher. I was horrified. Looking at these images that appeared to be me, but showed situations I'd never been in, I immediately told my principal these images were fake. I'd never been at the parties shown, never used drugs, never engaged in the behaviors depicted. But the images were sophisticated. My face had been seamlessly photoshopped onto other people's bodies in genuine photographs. Without close examination, they looked completely real. The anonymous sender had included captions claiming these showed my real behavior outside school. My principal said the district was required to investigate, given the serious nature of the allegations. I was placed on administrative leave pending investigation, standard procedure for teachers accused of misconduct. Even though I knew the images were fabricated, I was suddenly out of work, under investigation, and facing potential career destruction based on completely fake photographs. The anonymous sender had also sent the fake images to several colleagues, to parents of my students, and had posted them on social media tagging my school district's official accounts. The images were spreading online before I even knew they existed. People were commenting on them, sharing them, discussing whether I should be fired. My reputation was being destroyed in real time based on sophisticated fakes. I hired a digital forensics expert to analyze the photographs. The expert's report confirmed what I knew. The images were skillfully photoshopped composites. My face had been taken from my social media photos and digitally placed onto bodies in various compromising situations. The expert could identify telltale signs of manipulation: lighting inconsistencies, edge artifacts, color mismatches, that proved the images were fabricated. Armed with the forensic report, I tried to figure out who would create fake images to destroy my career. Then I remembered Vanessa's angry reaction when I'd refused to lend her $8,000. I checked the timing. The anonymous emails had been sent about 6 weeks after our argument about money. Vanessa had skills in graphic design from her sporadic college courses, and certainly had access to my social media photos to use as source material. I confronted Vanessa by showing up at her apartment with the forensic report proving the images were fake. She initially tried to deny any involvement, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. But when I told her I'd be reporting this to police as defamation and cybercrimes regardless of whether she admitted it, she broke down and confessed. Vanessa admitted she'd created the fake photographs using Photoshop after I'd refused to lend her money. She'd been enraged that I had a stable job and income, but wouldn't help her financially. She'd decided that if I wouldn't give her money, she'd destroy my career out of spite. She'd taken my Facebook photos, found source images online of people in compromising situations, and had spent weeks creating realistic composites. Vanessa had then created anonymous email accounts and had systematically sent the fabricated images to my employer, my colleagues, parents at my school, and had posted them publicly online. She'd included text claiming these showed my true character and suggesting I was unfit to teach children. She'd orchestrated a comprehensive campaign to destroy both my career and my reputation. When I asked her how she could do something so devastating over money, Vanessa claimed she'd been desperate and felt I'd abandoned family when she needed help. She tried to frame her retaliation as justified by my refusal to lend her money. The rationalization that refusing a loan justified creating fake pornographic and drug use images and distributing them to destroy my career showed how warped her thinking had become. I immediately reported Vanessa to police for defamation, harassment, identity theft, and distribution of fake intimate images. The detective explained that creating and distributing fake, compromising images is illegal under several statutes, including cyberstalking, defamation, and in our state, revenge porn laws that apply even to fabricated images if they're presented as real. Vanessa was arrested and charged with multiple felonies. The charges included cyber harassment, criminal defamation, identity theft, and violation of revenge porn statutes. The prosecutor was aggressive about pursuing charges because Vanessa had targeted my employment and had created sexually explicit fake images, both aggravating factors that made the crimes more serious. I also provided the forensic report and all evidence to my school district. My principal was relieved to have proof the images were fabricated and immediately ended my administrative leave. The district sent communications to staff and parents explaining that the images had been proven fake and had been created by someone maliciously targeting me. They supported my return to teaching and offered resources to help restore my reputation. But the damage was already done in many ways. The fake images had circulated online and had been seen by hundreds of people before they were proven false. Some parents remained uncomfortable despite the district's explanation, apparently believing, where there's smoke, there's fire. Some students had seen the images before they were taken down, and now viewed me differently. My professional reputation had been damaged even after proving the images were fake. I filed a defamation lawsuit against Vanessa, seeking damages for harm to my reputation, emotional distress, and lost income during my administrative leave. My attorney explained that Vanessa's deliberate creation and distribution of fake images showing me in compromising situations was clear defamation per se. Damage to reputation was presumed without needing additional proof. 2 months after Vanessa's fake image campaign, I'm back at work, but dealing with lasting reputational damage while watching her face serious criminal charges and a devastating civil lawsuit. The cousin who I'd helped repeatedly over years responded to a loan refusal by creating fake pornographic and drug use images of me and distributing them in a deliberate attempt to destroy my teaching career. Vanessa pleaded guilty to reduced charges, cyber harassment and criminal defamation, in exchange for a 2-year prison sentence. The judge noted in sentencing that Vanessa had committed sophisticated crimes requiring substantial planning and effort, showing malicious intent rather than impulsive behavior. Creating fake, compromising images and systematically distributing them to maximize career damage was calculated revenge, not a mistake. The civil defamation case resulted in a judgment of $175,000, compensation for reputational harm, emotional distress, lost income, and legal costs. Vanessa has no ability to pay, but the judgment remains enforceable for years. My attorney has placed liens on any potential future assets or income Vanessa might have. Realistically, I'll likely never see significant payment, but the judgment is documentation of the harm she caused. My teaching career has survived, but been damaged. Most parents and students accepted the school district's explanation that the images were fabricated, but some families transferred their children to other teachers or other schools. Some colleagues treat me differently, despite knowing the images were fake. The stain on my reputation persists even after proving my innocence, which was exactly what Vanessa had intended. The fake images still exist somewhere online, despite takedown efforts. Once something is posted on the internet, it's nearly impossible to completely remove it. Future employers, dates, or anyone who Googles my name might encounter these fabricated images. I've had to add explanations about the fake image campaign to my online presence, essentially having to defend myself from falsified accusations indefinitely. The psychological impact has been severe. Having fake pornographic images with your face distributed to your employer, colleagues, and students is profoundly violating. The knowledge that hundreds of people saw fabricated images of me in sexual situations before learning they were fake is humiliating, despite being blameless. The violation of having my image weaponized against me will take years of therapy to fully process. Vanessa has shown no genuine remorse. Her apologies have been perfunctory and focused on her own consequences rather than the harm she caused. She maintains she was desperate when I refused to lend her money, as if financial stress justifies creating fake pornography of your cousin and sending it to their employer to destroy their career. Some family members have suggested I should be willing to reconcile with Vanessa once she serves her sentence, arguing she's clearly troubled and needs support. But I've told these relatives that someone who responds to a loan refusal by creating fake sexual and drug images and distributing them to destroy your career isn't someone who can be trusted ever again, family or not. I'm sharing this story as a warning about the dangers of sophisticated Photoshop fake images and how they can be weaponized. Anyone with basic graphic design skills can create realistic fake photographs showing people in situations they've never been in. These fakes can be used to destroy reputations, careers, and relationships before victims can prove they're fabricated. If you're targeted by fake images, Immediately hire digital forensics experts to analyze and document that they're fabricated. Report the distribution to platforms to get images taken down. Report the perpetrator to police. Creating and distributing fake, compromising images is illegal. Contact employers or institutions that receive the images with forensic proof they're fake. Act quickly before the images spread further. Vanessa spent weeks creating sophisticated fake photographs showing me in sexually explicit and drug use situations, then systematically distributed them to maximize damage to my teaching career. She targeted my employer, my colleagues, parents of my students, and public social media, specifically to destroy my professional reputation. All because I'd refused to lend her $8,000 after years of helping her with smaller amounts she'd never repaid. Now she's in prison, while I'm rebuilding a reputation that will never fully recover from her malicious defamation campaign. My dad gambled away my settlement from a car accident that left me with permanent injuries. The absolutely crushing financial betrayal I uncovered 3 weeks ago has shown me that my father, who was managing the $215,000 settlement I received at age 16 from a car accident that left me with chronic back pain and limited mobility, gambled away essentially the entire amount at casinos over 5 years, leaving me with almost nothing at age 23 when I desperately need the money for medical expenses and living costs he promised the settlement would cover. I'm Jordan, 23 years old, and when I was 16, I was in a severe car accident caused by a drunk driver. I suffered serious injuries, including spinal damage, that left me with permanent chronic pain and limited physical capabilities. The accident ended my dreams of playing college sports and left me with medical needs that will continue for life. The drunk driver's insurance company settled for $215,000, which was placed in a structured settlement account with my father as the custodian until I turned 21. My father, Rick, assured me throughout my recovery that the settlement money was being carefully managed and would be available when I needed it for medical expenses, adaptive equipment, education, or living costs. He told me the money was invested conservatively and growing, that I shouldn't worry about my financial future because the settlement would provide security given my limited ability to work due to my injuries. I've struggled significantly since the accident. Chronic pain makes it difficult to work full-time, and I've had to piece together part-time remote work that accommodates my physical limitations. I've been living with roommates in a cheap apartment, managing my pain with medications, and looking forward to accessing my settlement money when I was stable enough to use it for medical treatments, better housing, or possibly starting an adaptive business. 3 weeks ago, I contacted the financial institution managing my settlement to inquire about accessing funds for a series of medical procedures my doctors recommended. These procedures might significantly improve my pain and mobility, but they're expensive and not fully covered by insurance. I needed approximately $45,000 from my settlement to proceed with the treatments. The financial representative I spoke with seemed confused by my inquiry. She asked me to clarify what funds I was referring to, since my account showed a current balance of approximately $8,300. I was stunned. The settlement had been $215,000 7 years ago, and even without growth it should have had the full amount. How could there only be $8,300 remaining? The representative pulled up my account history and explained that my father, as custodian, had been making regular withdrawals for years. Large withdrawals, $15,000, $22,000, $8,500, multiple transactions of varying amounts. Over approximately 5 years, he'd withdrawn over $206,000 from my settlement account, leaving almost nothing. I was devastated and confused. I asked what the withdrawals had been for. Were they medical expenses I'd forgotten about? The representative said the withdrawal requests hadn't specified purposes, just that the custodian had authorized them. Whatever my father had done with my settlement money, it hadn't gone to my medical care or other needs. It had simply disappeared. I immediately called my father demanding an explanation. He was evasive initially, claiming the money had been used for family expenses and my care over the years. But I'd been keeping track of my medical expenses, and they'd been mostly covered by insurance plus some out-of-pocket costs I'd paid myself from my part-time work. There was no way $206,000 had gone to my care. When I pressed my father harder about where my settlement money had gone, he eventually broke down and admitted he'd been gambling. He'd started going to casinos about 5 years ago and had developed what he claimed was a gambling addiction. He'd been withdrawing money from my settlement account to fund his casino trips, always intending to win enough to pay it back but consistently losing instead. Over 5 years, he'd gambled away essentially my entire settlement. I was beyond devastated. I was enraged. That money was supposed to be my security, given the permanent disabilities I'd sustained in the accident. It was meant to fund medical treatments, to help me live independently despite my physical limitations, to provide a financial cushion since my ability to earn income was compromised. My father had stolen my disability settlement to feed his gambling addiction. The betrayal was multi-layered. My father had been in a position of trust as the settlement custodian. I'd relied on his assurances that the money was safe and growing. I'd made life decisions: where to live, what medical treatments to postpone, how to manage my limited income, based on believing I had settlement funds as a backstop. All while my father was systematically draining that money at blackjack tables and slot machines. I contacted an attorney immediately. The attorney explained that my father had committed a form of theft and breach of fiduciary duty. As custodian of my settlement, he'd had legal obligations to use the money only for my benefit, not to gamble it away for himself. The attorney said I could sue my father for the stolen money, plus damages, though actually recovering the funds would depend on whether my father had any assets. I also reported my father to the police. The detective explained this was likely a felony: theft of over $200,000 from a disabled person's settlement account by someone in a fiduciary position. The charges could include embezzlement, financial exploitation of a disabled person, and fraud. My father could face serious prison time. When confronted with potential criminal charges, my father tried multiple defense strategies. First, he claimed he'd used the money for family expenses that indirectly benefited me, though he couldn't provide any documentation. Then he claimed I'd known about the withdrawals and had approved them, which was a complete lie. Finally, he admitted to the gambling but claimed he had a disease and deserved treatment, not prosecution. The gambling addiction defense didn't move prosecutors. Yes, gambling addiction is real and serious, but it doesn't excuse stealing $206,000 from your disabled child's injury settlement. My father had made choices for 5 years to continue accessing my money and gambling it away. He'd had countless opportunities to stop, to get help, to confess what he'd done. Instead, he'd kept stealing until my settlement was essentially depleted. My mother, who'd divorced my father years earlier, was horrified when she learned what he'd done. She'd had no access to the settlement account and no knowledge of his gambling. She immediately offered to help me in any way she could, though her financial resources were limited. She also told me that during their marriage, my father had had gambling problems she'd thought he'd overcome. Apparently, he'd just hidden his relapse and found a new source of funding: my settlement. Family members on my father's side tried to convince me not to press charges, claiming I'd be destroying my father's life and that he needed help, not prosecution. I told them he'd already destroyed my life by stealing my disability settlement, and that facing consequences for that theft wasn't destruction, it was justice. Their priorities were backwards, worrying about the thief rather than the disabled victim he'd stolen from. 1 month after discovering my father gambled away my settlement, he's been charged with multiple felonies, and I'm pursuing civil litigation to recover whatever I can. The reality that I'll likely never recover the full $206,000 he stole is crushing, but I'm determined that he'll face maximum legal consequences for what he did. The criminal charges include embezzlement, theft from a disabled person, and financial exploitation. The prosecutor is seeking a lengthy prison sentence given the amount stolen, the vulnerable victim, and the breach of fiduciary duty. My father's attorney is trying to negotiate a plea deal emphasizing his gambling addiction and offering restitution, but prosecutors aren't interested in lenient treatment. The civil lawsuit is complicated by my father having essentially no assets. He gambled away not just my money, but his own savings and retirement funds. His house is mortgaged beyond its value. He has no investments or significant property. Even if I win a judgment for the full amount plus damages, collecting it would be nearly impossible. He's broke because he gambled everything away. The medical procedures I'd hoped to fund with settlement money are now out of reach. I'm living with chronic pain that might be treatable if I could afford the $45,000 in procedures my doctors recommend. My father's gambling addiction has condemned me to continued suffering and disability that medical intervention might reduce. He literally gambled away my health and mobility, along with my financial security. I've had to apply for disability benefits and Medicaid to try to access the medical care I need. The irony is brutal. I had $215,000 meant to fund my disability-related needs, but because my father stole it, I'm now dependent on government programs. The settlement was supposed to prevent exactly this situation, and my father's theft created it anyway. My father has tried to apologize, sending long letters about his gambling addiction and how sorry he is. But sorry doesn't restore my settlement or pay for my medical treatments. Sorry doesn't undo 5 years of him systematically stealing from his disabled child. His apologies feel self-serving. He's sorry he got caught and faces consequences, not genuinely remorseful about the devastating harm he caused. Some family members still defend my father, suggesting gambling addiction made him not responsible for his actions. But addiction doesn't remove responsibility, especially when the addiction is funded by stealing from your disabled child's injury settlement over 5 years. He made countless choices to continue stealing, to hide what he was doing, to gamble away money meant for my medical care and future security. I've connected with support groups for financial abuse victims, and specifically for people whose disability settlements were stolen by family members. These groups have been invaluable. I've met others who had parents, guardians, or other relatives embezzle their injury settlements, their inheritance, their disability benefits. The commonality is family members viewing disabled relatives' money as accessible funding for their own needs or addictions. The financial advisor who managed the settlement account has expressed regret, but maintains they followed proper procedures. They required custodian authorization for withdrawals, as the account structure mandated. There were no flags in the system for the withdrawal amounts or frequency because the custodian had legal authority. The system was designed to trust custodians, and my father exploited that trust. I'm also pursuing complaints against the financial institution, arguing they should have questioned the withdrawal pattern. Over 5 years, my father withdrew $206,000 in irregular amounts with no documentation of how the money benefited me. A reasonable institution should have noticed this pattern and, at minimum, contacted me directly to verify I was receiving the benefits. Their failure to do so enabled the theft to continue until my settlement was depleted. My living situation is precarious. I can barely afford rent and expenses on my limited part-time income, plus now minimal disability benefits. I'm applying for accessible housing assistance programs, but waiting lists are long. I'm facing the possibility that I might become homeless because my father gambled away the settlement meant to prevent exactly this vulnerability. I'm sharing this story to warn other young people receiving settlements. If possible, ensure you have direct access and oversight of the account, not just a custodian with complete control. Have multiple people with fiduciary responsibility who must all approve withdrawals. Monitor statements regularly, even before you gain full control. My father had 5 years of unsupervised access to my money, and he used every bit of that access to fund his gambling. The settlement from my car accident was supposed to provide security and opportunities, despite my permanent injuries. Instead, my father stole it to feed his gambling addiction, leaving me with chronic pain I can't afford to treat, housing insecurity, and no financial cushion despite having won $215,000 meant exactly for these needs. He gambled away not just money, but my health, my security, my future. And now he'll face the criminal consequences of that theft, while I live with the permanent consequences of his betrayal. My dad's new wife erased all photos of my late mom from our family home in cloud storage. The absolutely heartbreaking erasure of my mother's memory I discovered 7 months ago has shown me that my father's new wife, Christine, systematically deleted every photograph of my late mother from our family home, and then used my father's passwords to access our cloud storage and permanently delete thousands of digital photos and videos of my mom, destroying irreplaceable memories of the woman who raised me for 16 years before she died from brain cancer. I'm Natalie, 20 years old, and my mother Sarah died 4 years ago when I was 16 after a 2-year battle with glioblastoma. Her death was devastating for both me and my father. We'd grieved together as a family, had kept her memory alive through photos displayed throughout our house, and had maintained her presence in our daily lives by sharing memories and honoring her legacy. My father David started dating Christine about 2 years after my mother died. I'd been uncomfortable with how quickly he seemed to move on, but I'd tried to be supportive because grief is different for everyone, and I wanted my dad to be happy. Christine was 38, significantly younger than my father, who was 52, and she'd never been married or had children. She seemed nice initially, though she'd made occasional comments about my father living in the past that had concerned me. My father and Christine got married quickly, only 8 months after they started dating. I'd been away at college during most of their courtship and wedding planning, coming home only for holidays and summer break. The wedding was small, and I'd tried to be happy for my father, despite feeling like my mother was being replaced too quickly. Last summer, when I came home from college for break, I immediately noticed something was wrong. The photos of my mother that had been displayed throughout our house, on the mantel, on the walls, on end tables, everywhere, were all gone. Every single picture of my mom had been removed. In their place were photos of my father and Christine, as if my mother had never existed. I was shocked and hurt. I asked my father where all the photos of Mom had gone. He looked uncomfortable and explained that Christine had felt it was unhealthy to have so many photos of his deceased wife displayed, and that they'd put them away in storage to help him move forward with his new marriage. He claimed the photos were safely boxed in the attic, and I could look through them any time. I went to the attic to find the boxes of photos. I searched for hours, but couldn't find them anywhere. When I asked my father again, he became defensive and said Christine had handled organizing the storage, and he wasn't sure exactly where everything was. Something felt wrong, but I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. Then I realized the digital photos were also gone. Our family had thousands of digital photos stored in cloud accounts, photos from my childhood, from family vacations, from my mother's final years. I logged into our shared family cloud storage account and found it had been emptied. Years of photos were gone. When I checked the trash folder hoping they'd just been moved, I found it had been permanently emptied. The photos were deleted beyond recovery. I was devastated. Not only were the physical photos missing, but someone had deliberately gone into our family digital storage and had permanently deleted thousands of irreplaceable photos of my mother and our family. I confronted my father and Christine together about the missing digital photos. Christine immediately became defensive, claiming she'd helped organize the cloud storage and had accidentally deleted some files. But thousands of photos don't get accidentally deleted. Someone had systematically gone through folders and had removed everything containing my mother's image. When I pressed Christine about the accident, she eventually admitted she'd intentionally deleted the photos. Her justification was that my father needed to move forward from his first marriage, and that having thousands of photos of his deceased wife was preventing him from fully committing to his new marriage with her. She'd apparently decided that erasing my mother's digital presence would help my father heal and would make her feel less like she was competing with a ghost. The cruelty and narcissism of Christine's reasoning was breathtaking. She'd destroyed thousands of irreplaceable photos of my deceased mother, photos that were precious memories for me and for my father, because she felt insecure about his previous marriage. She'd prioritized her own emotional comfort over preserving memories of the woman who'd been my father's wife for 20 years and my mother for 16 years. I demanded to know what had happened to the physical photos that had been removed from the house. Christine claimed they were in storage, but when I insisted on seeing them immediately, she finally admitted she'd thrown them away. She'd systematically gone through our house, had collected every physical photograph of my mother, and had put them in the trash. Years of family photos, irreplaceable printed pictures from before everything was digital, had been thrown away like garbage. My father had been present during this confession and seemed shocked. He claimed he hadn't known Christine had thrown away the physical photos and had permanently deleted the digital ones. He'd apparently believed Christine when she'd said she was organizing things and helping him move forward. He'd given her access to everything and hadn't questioned what she was doing with my mother's photos. I was furious with both of them, with Christine for deliberately destroying my mother's memory and with my father for allowing his new wife to erase his first wife from our family home and our digital storage without even checking what she was doing. He'd been so consumed with his new marriage that he'd let Christine destroy irreplaceable memories of my mother. I immediately checked our trash collection schedule to see if there was any possibility of recovering the physical photos. We'd missed the last pickup by 2 days. The photos had been collected and sent to the landfill. They were gone, permanently. Christine had thrown away years of family photos, and they were now literally in a garbage dump somewhere, destroyed forever. The only photos of my mother that survived were a few I had in my college dorm room, and some my maternal grandparents had at their house. But thousands of photos spanning my mother's entire life, her childhood, her wedding, my birth, family vacations, my mother's final years, were permanently destroyed because Christine had felt threatened by my father's deceased wife. I reported Christine to police for destruction of property. The detective explained that destroying someone else's property is technically theft or criminal mischief, though cases involving family disputes and photographs were complicated. The detective took my report, but was candid that prosecution would be difficult without substantial financial damages, and proving the value of destroyed family photos is challenging. 8 months after Christine destroyed all photos of my mother, I've moved out of my father's house permanently, and am pursuing whatever legal recourse exists, while accepting that irreplaceable memories of my mother are gone forever, because my father's insecure new wife couldn't handle his first marriage's existence. My relationship with my father is severely damaged. I blame him for allowing Christine access to our family photos without supervision, for not verifying what she was doing when she claimed to be organizing, and for choosing his new wife's comfort over preserving his first wife's memory. His passivity enabled Christine's destruction of my mother's legacy. My father claims he's horrified by what Christine did and has told me he didn't authorize or approve the destruction. But his ignorance was willful. He'd given Christine complete access to everything and hadn't bothered to check what she was doing with decades of family photos. He'd trusted someone he'd known less than 2 years with irreplaceable memories of his 20-year marriage and his deceased wife. I filed a civil lawsuit against Christine for intentional infliction of emotional distress and destruction of property. My attorney explained that deliberately destroying a deceased mother's photos, knowing the emotional value to her child, is potentially actionable. The challenge is proving monetary damages for photographs, though the emotional distress of having your mother's memory erased is clearly severe. Christine's defense is that she was married to my father and had authority to manage household items, including photos. Her attorney argues that as my father's wife, she had rights to make decisions about what was displayed in their home and stored in their accounts. They're trying to frame her systematic destruction of my mother's photos as reasonable household management, rather than malicious erasure. I've had to recreate what photo memories I can by reaching out to relatives, my mother's friends, and anyone who might have photos that included my mom. My grandparents have given me copies of what they have. Some of my mother's friends have shared photos from events they attended together. But we've recovered maybe 100 photos compared to thousands that were destroyed. The hardest part is knowing that specific memories are gone forever. There were photos from family vacations that only we had. There were photos from my mother's final year. Precious images of her at my 16th birthday, last Christmas together, final Mother's Day, that only existed in our collection and are now destroyed. Those specific memories are permanently erased from physical existence. My father has divorced Christine after learning the full extent of what she did. The destruction of my mother's photos was apparently the catalyst that made him realize Christine's jealousy and insecurity were toxic, and that she'd manipulated him into allowing the erasure of his first wife from our family home. The divorce has been bitter, with Christine claiming she was trying to help my father heal and that I've poisoned his opinion of her. Some of my father's relatives think I should forgive Christine because she was insecure and made a mistake. But systematically removing every photo of my mother from our house, permanently deleting thousands of digital photos, and throwing away irreplaceable physical photos isn't a mistake. It's calculated erasure of someone's memory because you're threatened by their existence, even though they're dead. I'm sharing this story as a warning. Protect photos of deceased loved ones by keeping multiple copies in multiple locations, especially if family members remarry. Don't give new partners unrestricted access to family photo collections without supervision. Back up digital photos in multiple places under your own control. Christine's destruction was possible because my father gave her complete access to everything and trusted her without verifying what she was doing. If you're someone whose parent remarries after the other parent dies, maintain control over your own copies of photos and memories. Don't assume the surviving parent will protect those memories if their new partner feels threatened by them. Keep photos in your possession where they can't be accessed by someone who views your deceased parent as competition, rather than as the person who created your family. Christine spent months systematically erasing my mother from our family home and our digital storage because she couldn't handle my father having had a previous marriage, despite that marriage ending with death, not divorce. She destroyed thousands of irreplaceable photos spanning my mother's entire life because her own insecurity was more important to her than preserving memories precious to me and my father. Now, those memories are gone forever, in a landfill somewhere, or deleted permanently from digital existence, because my father's new wife couldn't accept that he'd loved someone before her, even someone who died, and could never actually compete with her. My mom catfished my boyfriend as a girl to test his loyalty and destroyed my relationship. The absolutely psychotic invasion of privacy I discovered 2 months ago has revealed that my mother created a fake social media profile, posing as an attractive woman, spent 3 months building an online flirtation with my boyfriend to test whether he'd cheat, then showed me screenshots of their conversations to prove he was disloyal, destroying my relationship of 4 years based on a trap she deliberately engineered. I'm Ashley, 22 years old, and I've been dating my boyfriend Jake since we were both 18. We met in college and had what I thought was a strong, trusting relationship. Jake is 23, works as an electrician, and we'd been talking about moving in together and potentially getting engaged. We'd had our challenges like any couple, but I'd trusted him completely and believed we had a future together. My mother, Linda, has always been overbearing and controlling. She's never approved of Jake, claiming he wasn't ambitious enough or good enough for me. She'd made comments about Jake probably being unfaithful, like all men, and suggesting I deserved better. I'd dismissed her negativity as typical parental overprotectiveness, though it strained our relationship when she constantly criticized my boyfriend. 2 months ago, my mother called me over to her house urgently, claiming she had something important to show me. When I arrived, she pulled up Instagram on her phone, showing an account for a woman named Madison. Attractive profile photos, typical influencer-style content, about 3,000 followers. Then she showed me direct messages between this Madison account and Jake's Instagram. The messages showed a 3-month flirtation. Madison had apparently initiated contact by commenting on one of Jake's posts about his work. Jake had responded politely, and Madison had slid into his DMs. Over weeks, their conversations had become increasingly flirtatious. Compliments about appearance, some mildly suggestive jokes, discussions about meeting up for drinks. I was devastated. The messages clearly showed Jake engaging with another woman in ways that crossed boundaries in our relationship. He'd hidden these conversations from me completely. The most damning message was from just a week earlier, where Madison suggested they should finally meet in person. And Jake had responded saying he'd be down and asking when she was free. My mother was triumphant, saying she'd been right about Jake all along, and I should be grateful she'd exposed him before I wasted more time on a cheater. I was crying and confused, feeling betrayed by Jake, but also disturbed by the situation. I asked my mother who Madison was and how she'd gotten these screenshots. That's when everything fell apart. My mother admitted, almost proudly, that she was Madison. She'd created the fake account specifically to test Jake. She'd spent 3 months building this fake persona, researching what kind of profile would be attractive to Jake, crafting messages designed to tempt him, and systematically working to get him to engage in questionable conversations. Then, she'd shown me the results as proof that Jake couldn't be trusted. I was horrified. My mother hadn't discovered Jake cheating. She'd engineered a situation specifically designed to make him look bad. She'd catfished my boyfriend for months, manipulated him into conversations he thought were with a real person, and then used those conversations as evidence that he was unfaithful. The confrontation with my mother about the catfishing escalated quickly. I told her what she'd done was insane, manipulative, and a massive violation of both my privacy and Jake's. She became defensive, insisting she'd done this for my protection, and that Jake's willingness to engage with Madison proved he'd cheat eventually anyway. She claimed this was no different from a loyalty test, and I should be thanking her for exposing his true character. I tried to explain that there's a huge difference between catching someone organically cheating versus creating an elaborate trap specifically designed to tempt them into questionable behavior. My mother had spent 3 months as an attractive woman showing interest in Jake, escalating gradually from friendly to flirtatious, manufacturing a situation that might not have occurred naturally. This wasn't discovering infidelity, it was entrapment. My mother couldn't see the difference. She kept insisting that good, loyal boyfriends wouldn't engage with attractive women online, regardless of whether those women initiated contact. She claimed Jake's responses proved he was capable of cheating and would have eventually, even without her intervention. She saw herself as a protective mother who'd wisely tested my boyfriend before I made the mistake of committing to him further. I immediately told Jake what my mother had done. He was shocked and furious. He admitted the conversations with Madison had crossed some boundaries, and he wasn't proud of them, but he'd never intended to actually meet up or cheat. He said he'd been flattered by the attention and had engaged in flirtation he shouldn't have, but it had all been what he thought was harmless online conversation with no intention of acting on it. Jake also pointed out that my mother's catfishing had been sophisticated and manipulative. Madison's profile looked completely legitimate, with thousands of followers and regular posts. The conversations had started innocently and escalated gradually over months. My mother had researched Jake's interests to create a persona specifically designed to appeal to him. This wasn't a simple test. It was a calculated psychological manipulation campaign. I was furious with both Jake and my mother, but in different ways. Jake had engaged in inappropriate conversations he should have shut down, which was a betrayal of trust. But my mother had committed a far worse betrayal. She'd spent months manipulating both of us, violated our privacy, and deliberately sabotaged my relationship because she'd decided Jake wasn't good enough for me. The relationship with Jake couldn't survive the combination of his inappropriate conversations and the toxic manipulation my mother had introduced. Even though Jake's behavior had been orchestrated by my mother's catfishing, the fact remained that he'd responded to what he thought was another woman showing interest. We broke up 2 weeks after I discovered the catfishing, both acknowledging that the trust was too damaged to repair. My mother seemed satisfied that Jake and I had broken up, viewing it as vindication of her actions. She told me I'd thank her someday for saving me from a cheater. I told her I'd never forgive her for destroying my relationship through manipulation and psychological warfare. The fact that she couldn't see how disturbed her behavior was made me realize my mother had serious boundary and control issues. I moved out of state for a job opportunity, partly to get distance from my mother. Before leaving, I told her I wanted no contact for the foreseeable future. She was shocked and hurt, claiming I was punishing her for trying to protect me. I told her that spending 3 months catfishing my boyfriend wasn't protection. It was psychotic manipulation, and I needed space from someone capable of that level of invasion and control. 4 months after discovering my mother's catfishing scheme, I'm rebuilding my life in a new city with minimal contact with her. Jake and I haven't reconciled and likely won't. Too much damage was done, even though the circumstances were manufactured. But I've gained clarity about my mother's toxic patterns and why I needed to establish firm boundaries. My mother sends messages occasionally, claiming she misses me and doesn't understand why I'm being so harsh. She still doesn't acknowledge that the catfishing was inappropriate, instead framing it as a loving mother's protective instinct. She's told other family members her version, where she discovered Jake was unfaithful, and I'm irrationally angry at her for revealing the truth. I've had to explain to extended family what actually happened, that my mother didn't discover cheating but rather spent 3 months posing as an attractive woman to tempt my boyfriend into questionable conversations. Some family members have been appalled by her behavior and supportive of my decision to distance myself. Others have taken the "she meant well" position and suggested I should forgive her. The family members defending my mother apparently don't grasp how disturbed the catfishing was. She didn't just check his social media or ask friends about him. She created an elaborate fake persona, researched his interests to maximize appeal, and spent 3 months psychologically manipulating him. This required planning, sustained effort, and willingness to invade privacy in ways that showed complete disregard for normal boundaries. I've started therapy to process both the betrayal from Jake and the manipulation from my mother. My therapist has said that what my mother did shows characteristics of narcissistic parenting: the need for control, the inability to respect boundaries, the conviction that her judgment supersedes my right to make my own relationship decisions. The therapist has validated that establishing distance was appropriate and healthy. Jake has tried to reach out a few times to apologize and explain. He's acknowledged that even though my mother engineered the situation, his responses to Madison were inappropriate and disrespectful to our relationship. He said he regrets letting himself engage in flirtation regardless of the circumstances and understands why I couldn't trust him after that. His apologies seem genuine, but the damage was too severe to overcome. I've also learned from mutual friends that my mother had apparently been planning to catfish Jake for months before actually doing it. She discussed the idea with one of her friends, asking if it would be wrong to test my boyfriend. The friend had apparently told her yes, it would be completely inappropriate, but my mother had done it anyway. She'd sought permission, been told no, and proceeded with her scheme regardless. The premeditation makes it worse. This wasn't an impulsive decision or a spontaneous protective gesture. My mother had planned this campaign for months, knew other people thought it was wrong, and did it anyway, because she'd decided she knew better than everyone else what was appropriate. Her conviction that her judgment superseded everyone else's boundaries and ethics is terrifying. I'm dating again now, and I'm hyper-vigilant about keeping my new relationships completely private from my mother. She knows nothing about my dating life, and won't until I'm certain about a relationship and ready to set strict boundaries about her involvement. I'll never give her opportunity to sabotage another relationship through manipulation or interference. Some friends have asked if I'll eventually reconcile with my mother. I honestly don't know. She'd need to acknowledge what she did was wrong, apologize genuinely, and commit to respecting boundaries going forward. But she shows no signs of recognizing her behavior was inappropriate. She still believes she was right to catfish Jake, and that I should be grateful. Without acknowledgement and change, reconciliation isn't possible. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you have controlling or boundary-violating parents, be vigilant about protecting your relationships from their interference. My mother's catfishing was extreme, but toxic parents sabotage their adult children's relationships in many ways. Criticizing partners, manufacturing conflicts, spreading rumors, or creating tests and obstacles. Establishing firm boundaries is essential, even if it means distancing yourself from family members who can't respect your autonomy. Looking back, there were warning signs of my mother's controlling tendencies that I'd minimized or ignored. Her constant criticism of Jake, her suggestions that I was making poor choices, her invasive questions about our relationship, all indicated she didn't respect my judgment or my right to make my own decisions. The catfishing was an escalation, but it wasn't completely out of character, given her history of attempting to control my life. My relationship with Jake ended, which is probably what would have happened eventually anyway, given the trust issues the catfishing revealed. But it ended on my mother's terms, through her manipulation, which she sees as vindication, rather than recognizing it as the boundary violation it was. She destroyed my relationship and calls it protection. And that disconnect shows why maintaining distance from her is necessary for my well-being and any future relationships I build. My mom faked cancer to manipulate me into dropping out of college and moving home. The absolutely sickening emotional manipulation I exposed 6 weeks ago has revealed that my mother spent 8 months pretending to have stage 3 ovarian cancer, complete with fake medical appointments and fabricated test results, to guilt me into leaving my dream university across the country and moving back home to care for her, only for me to discover she was perfectly healthy and had orchestrated the entire deception to keep me from becoming independent and leaving her control. I'm Jasmine, 21 years old, and I'd been attending a prestigious university in California on a competitive scholarship, studying biomedical engineering. My mother, Carol, lives in Ohio, where I'd grown up, and we'd always had an intense, somewhat codependent relationship. She'd been a single mom after my father left when I was young, and she'd always emphasized that we only had each other, and that family loyalty was the most important value. When I left for college at 18, my mother had been devastated. She'd called me multiple times daily, had gotten upset when I couldn't talk because of classes or social events, and had frequently guilt-tripped me about abandoning her. I'd tried to maintain boundaries while also staying connected, but my mother's neediness had been overwhelming and was affecting my college experience. Last year, during spring semester of my junior year, my mother called crying to tell me she'd been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. She said doctors had found a tumor during routine examination, and that after biopsies and tests, they'd determined it was stage 3 cancer requiring immediate treatment. She'd sent me what appeared to be medical documents, test results, oncology consultation notes, treatment plans, all showing serious cancer requiring surgery and chemotherapy. I was devastated and terrified. My mother was only 47 years old and the only parent I had. The thought of losing her was unbearable. When she told me the treatment would be difficult and that she'd need someone to help her through surgery recovery and chemotherapy appointments, I immediately offered to come home for the summer to help. But my mother said summer wasn't soon enough. She needed surgery within weeks and would need support through months of chemotherapy. My mother asked me to take a leave of absence from school to come home and care for her through her cancer treatment. She said she had no one else, no close friends or relatives who could help her through this crisis. She emphasized that family is supposed to be there for each other in medical emergencies, and that my college could wait, but her cancer treatment couldn't. I was torn between my education and my mother's health. My university scholarship was competitive, and taking a leave of absence would mean losing it and potentially not being able to return. But my mother was supposedly fighting for her life, and I couldn't focus on classes knowing she was alone going through cancer treatment. After agonizing over the decision, I withdrew from school and moved back to Ohio to care for her. For 8 months, I lived with my mother and helped her through what I believed was her cancer treatment. She went to frequent medical appointments that I wasn't allowed to attend because of COVID restrictions at the hospital. She showed me prescription bottles for chemotherapy medications and anti-nausea drugs. She lost some weight and claimed it was from treatment side effects. She wore head wraps, claiming hair loss from chemo, though I never actually saw her bald. During those 8 months, I put my life completely on hold. I'd lost my scholarship and my spot at the university. I'd worked part-time while providing care, but had essentially ended my education and my promising engineering career to be my mother's caregiver. My mother kept saying she was grateful for my sacrifice and that families supporting each other through health crises was what mattered most. 6 weeks ago, the carefully constructed fiction my mother had been maintaining began unraveling. I'd been helping my mother organize paperwork and had needed to find her insurance cards. While looking through her files, I found medical bills and insurance statements. But the statements weren't for cancer treatment. They were for routine checkups and minor issues. There were no bills for oncology, no chemotherapy treatment charges, no surgery costs. I was confused and initially thought maybe the insurance statements were delayed or that cancer treatment was billed differently. But as I looked more carefully, I saw that my mother's medical claims over the past year had been entirely routine. An annual physical, a dental cleaning, a prescription for blood pressure medication. Nothing resembling cancer diagnosis or treatment. I confronted my mother with the insurance statements, asking where the cancer treatment bills were. She became defensive and evasive, claiming the billing was complicated and that she'd been paying out of pocket for some things. But her explanations didn't make sense. Why would she pay out of pocket when she had insurance? And why were there no insurance claims at all for any cancer-related care? I started investigating more deeply. I called the oncology center my mother had claimed was treating her and asked to verify appointments for Carol Thompson. The receptionist couldn't find any patient by that name in their system. I tried other hospitals and cancer centers in our area. None had my mother registered as a patient. The medical documents my mother had sent me months earlier suddenly seemed suspicious. I looked at them more carefully and realized they weren't on official hospital letterhead. They were generic forms that could have been created in any word processor. The doctor names listed didn't appear in online directories of physicians in our area. The test results and diagnoses weren't formatted like real medical documents. With mounting dread, I realized my mother's cancer was fake. She'd fabricated the entire diagnosis, had created false medical documents, had pretended to attend appointments and undergo treatment, all to manipulate me into leaving college and moving back home. 8 months of my life dedicated to caring for her through a health crisis that didn't exist. I confronted my mother directly with everything I'd discovered. The lack of medical bills, the hospitals that had no record of her as a patient, the obviously fake medical documents. At first, she tried to maintain the fiction, claiming I was confused about the insurance or that I'd called the wrong facilities. But when I pressed her with specific evidence that her cancer was fabricated, she finally broke down and admitted the truth. My mother confessed she'd never had cancer. She'd made up the diagnosis because she couldn't stand me being across the country at college, out of her control and building an independent life. She'd wanted me back home where she could see me daily and maintain our close relationship. She'd known I wouldn't give up college just because she missed me, so she'd invented a medical crisis that would force me to choose between school and her health. The manipulation was breathtaking in its calculation and cruelty. My mother had known exactly which emotional buttons to push. My fear of losing her, my sense of family obligation, my guilt about leaving her alone. She'd researched cancer symptoms and treatment to make her fiction believable. She'd created fake medical documents detailed enough to convince me. She'd maintained the deception for 8 months while watching me sacrifice everything to care for her. I was furious, devastated, and felt completely betrayed. I'd given up my scholarship, my education, and my career trajectory to care for someone who'd lied about being sick. My mother had stolen 8 months of my life and had destroyed my future opportunities based on a completely fabricated cancer diagnosis. 2 months after discovering my mother's fake cancer, I've moved out and am attempting to rebuild my life and education while pursuing legal action against her for fraud. The relationship is permanently destroyed, and I'm processing in therapy the depth of manipulation and psychological abuse my mother committed through her elaborate medical fiction. I reported my mother to police for fraud. The detective explained that faking cancer to obtain money or benefits is clearly illegal, though my case was unusual because my mother had obtained caregiving and companionship rather than direct financial support. The prosecutor is evaluating whether charges are appropriate, given that I'd provided services under false pretenses based on my mother's fraudulent claims. I also consulted with an attorney about civil claims. My attorney explained I potentially have claims for fraud, emotional distress, and potentially unjust enrichment for the caregiving services I'd provided based on false claims. The attorney is calculating damages based on my lost scholarship, lost educational opportunities, and the value of 8 months of caregiving services provided under fraudulent pretenses. My mother's defense has been that she was struggling with mental health issues and didn't fully understand the harm she was causing. Her attorney has suggested she needs psychiatric treatment rather than legal consequences. But I've told prosecutors I won't accept mental health excuses for systematic, calculated fraud that destroyed my education and manipulated me for months. I've contacted my university explaining the situation and providing documentation of my mother's fraud. I've asked if there's any possibility of reinstating my scholarship or readmitting me, given the extraordinary circumstances. The university has been sympathetic but non-committal. Scholarships were awarded to other students when I withdrew, and reinstating me would be complicated. They're evaluating options but can't guarantee anything. The financial damage is severe even beyond lost scholarship. I'm 21, with only 2 years of college completed and no degree. I need to either return to school somehow, likely taking loans since I lost my scholarship, or accept that my biomedical engineering career is over. The opportunity cost of 8 months caring for someone with fake cancer is essentially my entire future career trajectory. My mother has tried to reconcile, sending messages claiming she's sorry and was struggling emotionally with empty nest syndrome. She claims she never meant to hurt me and that her mental health issues made her act irrationally. But faking cancer for 8 months to manipulate your daughter isn't irrational behavior. It's calculated psychological abuse that required sustained effort and deception. Some relatives have suggested I should forgive my mother because she's clearly struggling and needs help. But these relatives aren't the ones who sacrificed a competitive scholarship and promising career to care for someone with fabricated cancer. Their suggestions that I should show compassion ignore the profound harm my mother caused through deliberate, systematic manipulation. I've connected with online communities of people whose family members have faked cancer. There's apparently a recognized term for this: Munchausen by proxy, when parents fake children's illnesses, and factitious disorder, when people fake their own illnesses. Many people in these communities have experienced similar manipulations, where relatives faked serious illnesses to obtain attention, sympathy, or caregiving. Learning that my mother's behavior fits recognized patterns of psychological disorder hasn't made it easier to forgive. Understanding that she's sick doesn't undo the destruction she caused to my life and education. Mental illness might explain the behavior, but it doesn't excuse it or mean I'm obligated to maintain a relationship with someone who's proven capable of such calculated manipulation. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If a family member claims to have serious illness, verify it independently before making major life sacrifices. Ask to attend medical appointments. Speak directly with doctors. Check medical bills and insurance statements. My mother's fraud was possible because I trusted her completely and never thought to verify her cancer diagnosis. If I'd asked to speak with her oncologist or to see real medical bills, I'd have discovered the truth much earlier. My mother faked cancer for 8 months to manipulate me into giving up my scholarship and education to move home and care for her. She fabricated medical documents, pretended to attend chemotherapy, and maintained elaborate lies while watching me sacrifice my future to provide care she didn't need. Now she's facing potential criminal charges, while I'm trying to salvage an education and career she destroyed through her selfish manipulation and psychological abuse. My older sister convinced my parents I'm a drug dealer to steal my savings for her debts. The financially devastating manipulation scheme I uncovered 11 months ago has shown me that my older sister Rebecca fabricated an elaborate story claiming I was secretly dealing drugs and hiding illegal money in my bank accounts. Then convinced our parents that the only way to save me was to access my savings under the pretense of paying for emergency rehab, when actually, Rebecca took the $52,000 they withdrew to pay off her own gambling debts while I was traveling abroad with no idea any of this was happening. I'm Jordan, 24 years old, and I'd spent the past 3 years working as a software engineer, living frugally and aggressively saving money. I'd built up approximately $52,000 in savings that I was planning to use as a down payment on a house. I was proud of my financial discipline and my ability to save at a young age. My accounts were at the same bank my parents used, and because I'd opened them as a minor, my mother's name was still on the accounts as a joint owner, something I'd never bothered to change since I trusted my family completely. My sister Rebecca, 29, has struggled with employment and money management her entire adult life. She'd had several jobs that never lasted long, had accumulated significant credit card debt, and was constantly asking family members for loans she never repaid. I'd loaned her smaller amounts in the past, $500 here, $1,000 there, and she'd never paid me back, so I'd stopped lending her money despite her frequent requests. Last year, I'd taken a 3-month trip to Southeast Asia, a combination of vacation and remote work that my job allowed. I'd been excited about the experience and had saved extra money specifically for this trip. While I was abroad with limited internet access, Rebecca apparently executed her scheme to steal my savings. According to what I later learned, Rebecca had gone to our parents claiming she was worried about me. She'd told them I'd been acting suspicious, spending money I couldn't possibly have earned legitimately from my software job, and that she'd discovered I was dealing drugs. She'd fabricated an entire narrative about catching me in suspicious meetings, finding drug paraphernalia in my apartment, and overhearing phone conversations about drug transactions. Our parents, who are conservative and deeply anti-drug, were apparently horrified. Rebecca had then discovered my bank account information. She'd apparently snooped through documents at our parents' house during a visit and had found old statements. She'd showed our parents the $52,000 balance and had claimed this was proof I was dealing drugs, since there was no way I could have saved that much on my legitimate salary. Rebecca had then proposed a solution. Our parents should withdraw the money from my accounts, which they could do since my mother was a joint owner, to save me by paying for emergency inpatient drug rehabilitation. She'd even researched rehab facilities and costs to make the story convincing. She'd told our parents that if they didn't intervene immediately by removing my drug money and forcing me into treatment, I'd end up dead or in prison. My parents, believing Rebecca's lies and genuinely thinking they were saving my life, had withdrawn all $52,000 from my savings account. They'd given the money to Rebecca, who'd claimed she'd handle admissions and payment to the rehab facility. Of course, there was no rehab facility. Rebecca had taken the entire $52,000 and had immediately used it to pay off her gambling debts to various casinos and online betting sites where she'd accumulated massive obligations. I'd returned from my trip 3 months later, excited to continue saving toward my house down payment. When I'd checked my bank accounts, I'd been shocked to find my savings account had been completely emptied. I'd called the bank frantically, assuming there'd been fraud or a mistake. The bank had explained that my joint account holder, my mother, had withdrawn the full balance in person 3 months earlier. I'd immediately called my mother, demanding to know why she'd withdrawn all my money. She'd started crying and had told me she and my father had been terrified for me and had thought they were saving my life. She'd explained that Rebecca had revealed my drug dealing, and they'd withdrawn the money to pay for emergency rehab to save me from addiction and criminal charges. I'd been completely bewildered. I'd had no idea what my mother was talking about. I didn't use drugs recreationally at all, certainly wasn't dealing drugs, and had never needed rehab. My savings were entirely from my legitimate software engineering job and careful budgeting. I demanded to know where the $52,000 was and which rehab facility they'd supposedly paid. My mother had admitted they'd given all the money to Rebecca, who'd promised to handle the rehab arrangements. When I'd told my mother there had never been any drug problem and Rebecca had clearly lied to steal my money, my mother had initially been defensive, insisting Rebecca wouldn't lie about something so serious. But as I'd pressed for details about the supposed drug dealing and rehab, my mother's certainty had started cracking. I'd confronted Rebecca immediately by phone. She'd initially tried to maintain the drug dealer story, claiming I was in denial about my addiction. But when I demanded she produce any evidence, the supposed rehab facility she'd paid, receipts, anything, she'd had nothing. She'd eventually admitted she'd made up the entire story to get our parents to withdraw my money so she could use it to pay urgent gambling debts. Rebecca's confession that she'd fabricated a story about me being a drug dealer specifically to trick our parents into withdrawing my life savings so she could pay her gambling debts was one of the most devastating betrayals I'd ever experienced. She'd deliberately destroyed my parents' trust in me, had stolen years of my hard-earned savings, and had used the money for her own irresponsible gambling. My parents were horrified when confronted with Rebecca's admission. They genuinely believed they were saving my life and had acted out of parental concern and love. Rebecca had exploited that concern to manipulate them into accessing my money for her benefit. My parents apologized profusely, but the damage was done. My $52,000 was gone, given to Rebecca, who'd immediately spent it. I reported Rebecca to police for fraud and theft. The detective explained that what Rebecca had done was clearly criminal. She'd used fraud and deception to cause my parents to take my money under false pretenses, which constituted theft by deception. Rebecca had essentially tricked my parents into being unwitting accomplices to stealing my savings. Rebecca was arrested and charged with theft, fraud, and financial exploitation. The amount involved, $52,000, made this a serious felony with potentially substantial prison time. The calculated nature of her scheme, including researching rehab facilities to make her lies more believable, showed premeditation that aggravated the charges. I also filed a civil lawsuit against Rebecca for the full amount stolen, plus damages. My attorney explained that even though my parents had technically withdrawn the money, they'd been defrauded into doing so by Rebecca, making Rebecca liable for the theft. We sought the full $52,000 plus interest, punitive damages for the fraud, and reimbursement for legal costs. Rebecca's attorney tried to claim this was a family misunderstanding rather than criminal theft, arguing that Rebecca had genuinely believed I had a drug problem and had been trying to help. But the evidence demolished this defense. Rebecca had gambling debts she'd paid with my money, had no evidence of any drug problem on my part, had never arranged any rehab, and had admitted to fabricating the entire story. 1 year after Rebecca stole my savings, she's been convicted and is serving prison time while I'm slowly rebuilding my financial situation. Though the $52,000 I'd spent 3 years saving is mostly unrecoverable since Rebecca spent it all paying casinos and gambling sites that won't return the money. Rebecca pleaded guilty to theft and fraud charges and received a sentence of 3 years in prison. The judge was particularly harsh about the calculated manipulation of our elderly parents' concern to facilitate theft from a sibling. Rebecca's exploitation of parental love and trust to steal from family showed profound moral failure, deserving serious consequences. The civil judgment was for $68,000. The stolen $52,000 plus interest, damages, and legal fees. But Rebecca has no assets whatsoever to seize. She'd been broke and in debt when she'd stolen my money, had immediately spent all of it on gambling debts, and now has nothing. Even wage garnishment will be minimal since she's in prison, and will likely only have low-wage work after release. My parents have tried to help by giving me $15,000 from their retirement savings toward replacing what was stolen. They feel tremendous guilt for being manipulated into accessing my accounts and giving my money to Rebecca. While I appreciate their attempt to help, it's a fraction of what I lost, and I don't want them depleting their retirement because Rebecca defrauded them into stealing from me. The relationship with Rebecca is permanently destroyed. She crafted an elaborate lie about me being a drug dealer, specifically to manipulate our parents into giving her my life savings. She destroyed my parents' trust in me, temporarily made them believe their son was a criminal addict, and stole years of my financial progress, all to pay off gambling debts she'd accumulated through her own irresponsibility. My relationship with my parents has been strained. While I understand they were victims of Rebecca's manipulation, I'm still angry they believed her accusations without talking to me first, and that they accessed my money without my knowledge. The joint account arrangement that allowed my mother to withdraw my savings without my consent was based on trust they violated, even though they believed they were helping me. I've had to completely restart my house savings at age 24. The $52,000 I'd saved over 3 years is gone. Even with Rebecca's conviction and judgment, I'll likely never recover more than a small fraction. I'm back to having almost no savings, living with roommates, and facing several more years of aggressive saving before I can afford a down payment. The psychological impact of learning your sister fabricated an entire narrative about you being a drug dealer to steal your money is severe. Rebecca didn't just steal cash. She temporarily destroyed my parents' image of me, made them believe I was a criminal, and exploited their fear and love to facilitate her theft. The betrayal operates on multiple levels beyond just financial. I'm sharing this story as a warning. Remove parents from joint accounts once you're an adult, even if you trust them completely. My parents were loving and well-intentioned, but Rebecca exploited the joint account arrangement and their parental concern to access my money. If my accounts had been individual rather than joint, Rebecca couldn't have manipulated my parents into withdrawing my savings. Also, be aware that struggling family members might fabricate serious allegations to access money they can't get through normal means. Rebecca knew I wouldn't loan her $52,000, so she created an elaborate lie to trick our parents into giving it to her under the pretense of saving my life. The manipulation was sophisticated and exploited parental vulnerability. Rebecca fabricated an entire story about me being a drug dealer, convinced our parents that my legitimately earned and saved $52,000 was drug money, manipulated them into withdrawing it all from my joint account, then immediately used the stolen money to pay her gambling debts. She destroyed my parents' trust in me and stole 3 years of my financial progress to fund her addiction and pay her irresponsible debts. Now she's in prison, while I rebuild savings from almost nothing, facing years of delay in the house purchase goals she destroyed with her fraud. My parents took out student loans in my name without my knowledge and ruined my credit. The absolutely devastating financial fraud I uncovered 6 months ago has shown me that my parents secretly took out over 68,000 student loans in my name throughout my college years, never made a single payment on any of them, and let all the accounts go into default, destroying my credit score before I even graduated, and leaving me responsible for massive debt I never authorized or benefited from. I'm Tyler, 24 years old, and I graduated from State University 2 years ago with a degree in computer science. I'd worked part-time throughout college and had lived frugally, believing my parents were covering my tuition through a combination of their savings and federal loans they'd taken out in their own names. They'd always handled the financial aid paperwork, and told me not to worry about the details, that they were managing everything. After graduation, I got a good job as a software developer and started building my career. I'd been living with roommates while saving for my own apartment, and 6 months ago, I applied to rent a nicer place that required a credit check. That's when my world collapsed. My credit score was 490, catastrophically low. The rental application was denied, and I was told I had multiple defaulted student loans and collections accounts. I was confused and terrified. I pulled my credit report and found 7 different student loan accounts totaling $68,000, all taken out in my name between 2017 and 2021 during my college years. All were in default, with no payments ever made. Some had been sent to collections agencies. There were also missed payment records going back 3 years. My credit report was a disaster, and I had no idea these loans even existed. I immediately called the loan servicers. They confirmed the loans were Federal Parent Plus loans that my parents had taken out, listing me as the student beneficiary. Except, these weren't actually Parent Plus loans where the parent is the borrower. These were direct, unsubsidized loans that required my signature as the borrower, meaning my parents had somehow obtained these loans in my name. I contacted the Department of Education's Federal Student Aid Office. After investigating, they confirmed that someone had electronically signed loan applications in my name using my personal information. The IP addresses showed the applications had been submitted from my parents' home, and the signatures didn't match my actual signature on file. My parents had committed fraud by applying for loans in my name without my knowledge or consent. I was devastated. My parents had stolen my identity to take out loans they'd never intended to repay, destroying my credit in the process. The $68,000 in fraudulent debt was showing on my credit report, making me look like a deadbeat who'd taken out loans and defaulted immediately after graduation. My credit score was destroyed before I'd even had a chance to build credit legitimately. When I confronted my parents, they initially denied everything. Then, when I showed them the evidence from the Department of Education, they admitted what they'd done, but tried to minimize it. They claimed they'd needed the money for family expenses and had always planned to make payments, but had fallen behind financially. The conversation with my parents revealed the full extent of their fraud and financial irresponsibility. They'd taken out the first loan in my name during my freshman year, initially telling me they were handling financial aid paperwork on my behalf. Over 4 years, they'd systematically applied for more loans each semester, totaling $68,000 by the time I graduated. None of the loan money had gone to my education. My actual tuition had been paid through scholarships, legitimate financial aid in my name that I knew about, and some money my parents had saved. The fraudulent loans they'd taken out in my name had been used for their personal expenses, credit card debt, car repairs, home improvements, and general living expenses. My parents had apparently been drowning in debt for years and had viewed my college enrollment as an opportunity to access easy loan money. They'd known these were loans I'd be responsible for, but they'd taken them anyway, planning to make payments eventually, but never actually doing so. They'd let the loans default immediately after disbursement in most cases, seemingly not caring that it was my credit and my financial future they were destroying. I reported my parents to the police for identity theft and fraud. The detective explained that using someone's personal information to take out loans without consent is a felony, even when it's a family member. The fact that my parents had done this repeatedly over 4 years showed systematic fraud rather than a one-time mistake. They were both arrested and charged with identity theft and loan fraud. The Department of Education started an investigation into discharging the fraudulent loans. The process is complex. I had to prove I didn't authorize the loans, didn't receive the funds, and didn't benefit from them. I submitted police reports, handwriting analysis showing the signatures weren't mine, IP address evidence showing applications were submitted from my parents' location when I was living on campus, and documentation that my actual tuition had been covered through legitimate means. Meanwhile, the defaulted loans were destroying my life. I couldn't rent an apartment on my own. I was denied a car loan when my vehicle broke down. I was even denied some job opportunities because employers ran credit checks, and my destroyed credit raised red flags. My parents' fraud was preventing me from building the adult life I'd worked hard in college to prepare for. My parents' attorneys tried to negotiate a plea deal where they'd plead guilty to reduced charges and commit to making restitution by taking over the loan payments. But my attorney advised against accepting any arrangement that left the loans in my name, even if my parents promised to pay them. They'd already proven they wouldn't make payments, and their promises were worthless. My relationship with my parents was completely destroyed. They tried to contact me, sending messages claiming they were sorry and had been desperate. My mother wrote a long letter saying she'd made mistakes but still loved me, and hoped I could forgive them. But they'd committed systematic fraud against their own child, destroying my financial future for their convenience. There was no forgiving that level of betrayal. Some extended family members thought I was being too harsh by pursuing criminal charges against my parents. They suggested family should work things out privately and that I was being vindictive. But these family members weren't the ones with $68,000 in fraudulent debt and a 490 credit score. They weren't facing years of financial consequences from my parents' crimes. Their opinions were worthless. 8 months after discovering my parents' identity theft, the Department of Education has agreed to discharge the fraudulent loans based on the evidence I provided. The loans are being removed from my credit report, though the damage to my credit history will take time to fully repair. My credit score has already improved to 620 with the fraudulent accounts removed, and it should continue recovering as I build legitimate credit history. My parents both pleaded guilty to reduced charges, felony fraud and identity theft. They received sentences of 2 years probation and community service, plus orders to pay restitution for the legal and credit repair costs I incurred fighting the fraudulent loans. The judge was sympathetic to me as the victim, but noted that my parents had no assets or income to actually pay significant restitution. I'll likely never see meaningful financial recovery from my parents. They're in their 50s with poor work histories and no savings. They took out loans in my name precisely because they were broke and couldn't get credit in their own names. The restitution order is mostly symbolic, since they have nothing to give. But having the loans discharged and removed from my credit is what mattered most. The emotional damage is harder to repair than the credit damage. My parents, who were supposed to protect me and help me launch into adulthood, instead sabotaged my financial future before it even started. They committed identity theft against their own child and didn't care that they were destroying my credit and saddling me with debt. The betrayal is something I'll likely never get over. I've had no contact with my parents since their guilty pleas. They're not welcome in my life, and I've made clear I want nothing to do with them going forward. Some family members still try to encourage reconciliation, suggesting I should forgive since they're my parents and meant well. But people who commit felony fraud against their own children don't get to claim they meant well. My younger sister, who's 20 and in college, has been checking her credit regularly after learning what our parents did to me. So far, her credit is clean, but she's monitoring closely and has put fraud alerts on her accounts. She's also cut contact with our parents after learning they'd stolen my identity and committed fraud. She told me she'll never trust them with any personal information again. I've moved into my own apartment now that my credit has recovered enough to pass rental screenings. I'm rebuilding my financial life, and my credit score continues improving. The fraudulent loans are discharged and removed, and I'm making progress toward the 700-plus credit score I should have had if my parents hadn't destroyed it. I'm also pursuing a career opportunity that had been closed to me when my credit was destroyed. The job requires security clearance, and the bad credit from fraudulent loans would have disqualified me. With the loans removed and my credit recovering, I can now pursue clearance and the associated career advancement. My parents almost destroyed these opportunities permanently with their fraud. The student loan servicers have been sued by the Department of Education for their role in approving loans with forged signatures and inadequate verification. The investigation found the servicers had approved applications with obvious red flags: signatures that didn't match, IP addresses inconsistent with student locations, and patterns suggesting fraud. Multiple students like me were victimized by parents who exploited inadequate verification processes. I've become an advocate for better student loan verification and protections against identity theft by family members. I've testified before state legislators about my experience and supported bills requiring stricter verification of loan applications and better fraud detection. Family identity theft is more common than people realize, and victims often struggle to get the fraudulent debt removed. My parents occasionally try to contact me through relatives or social media, claiming they've changed and want to make amends. But words are cheap. They destroyed my credit and my financial future for their own benefit, showed no remorse while doing it, and only expressed regret after facing criminal consequences. I don't believe they've changed, and I have no interest in giving them another opportunity to betray me. I'm sharing this story as a warning. Monitor your credit regularly, even in your teens and early 20s. Don't let family members handle financial aid paperwork without your direct involvement and verification. Be suspicious if parents want to manage loan applications without showing you what's being submitted. My parents' fraud was only possible because I'd trusted them and hadn't monitored what they were doing in my name. If your credit is damaged by family member fraud, report it immediately and don't let family pressure you to protect the perpetrator. Document everything, file police reports, and work with creditors and loan servicers to prove fraud. It's a long and difficult process, but it's possible to get fraudulent debt discharged and your credit restored. You're not responsible for debt you didn't authorize, even if the perpetrator is family. My parents gambled that I wouldn't discover their fraud or wouldn't report them if I did. They counted on family loyalty to protect them from consequences. But they miscalculated. Destroying my credit and saddling me with fraudulent debt crossed a line that ended any loyalty I felt. They chose to victimize their own child, and they're facing the legal and personal consequences of that choice. My parents used my Social Security number to open credit cards and left me with $45,000 debt. The financially ruinous identity theft I discovered when trying to rent my first apartment has exposed that my parents systematically opened credit cards, utility accounts, and personal loans in my name, starting when I was 16, racking up over $45,000 in debt they never paid, while destroying my credit before I even graduated college, leaving me unable to rent housing or get a car loan despite never having used credit myself. I'm Megan, 23 years old, and I just graduated from State University with a degree in elementary education. I'd worked hard through school, maintained good grades, and secured a teaching position at an elementary school starting this fall. I was excited to finally become independent and start my adult life. My first step was finding an apartment near my new job. I applied to rent a one-bedroom apartment that seemed perfect for a first-time teacher on a modest salary. The landlord ran a credit check as part of the application process, which I expected to go smoothly since I'd never had a credit card or taken out any loans. I'd been financially responsible throughout college, working part-time and living frugally while my parents helped with some expenses. The landlord called me 2 days later, saying my application was denied due to my credit report showing multiple delinquent accounts and a credit score of 480. I was confused. I'd never opened any credit accounts, so how could I have delinquent debt? The landlord suggested I pull my credit report to see what was showing up because something was seriously wrong. I immediately obtained my credit report and was shocked by what I found. There were 7 credit card accounts in my name, all opened at various times over the past 6 years, starting when I was 16. There were also utility accounts from addresses I'd never lived at, a personal loan I'd never taken, and a cell phone account I hadn't opened. Total debt across all accounts was approximately $45,000, with most accounts showing as delinquent or in collections. I'd never opened any of these accounts, never received any bills or statements, and had no idea this debt existed until the apartment rental denial. Someone had been systematically using my identity to open credit accounts for years, destroying my credit before I'd even tried to use it legitimately. I started investigating who could have accessed my personal information to commit this identity theft. The earliest fraudulent account had been opened when I was 16, which meant someone had access to my social security number and personal information when I was still a minor living at home. The addresses listed on some accounts were places my family had lived. With growing dread, I realized the most likely perpetrators were my own parents. They had access to my social security number, my date of birth, and all the personal information needed to open accounts in my name. The timing of when accounts were opened, starting when I was 16 and continuing through college, aligned with my parents' ongoing financial struggles that I'd witnessed growing up. I confronted my mother first, showing her my credit report and asking if she knew anything about these accounts. She became defensive immediately, which confirmed my suspicions. After I pressed her, she admitted that she and my father had opened some accounts in my name during difficult financial times, and had always intended to pay them off before I needed credit. My mother's admission that she and my father had opened credit accounts in my name was devastating. She tried to minimize what they'd done, claiming they'd only opened a few accounts, and that they'd planned to pay them back. But my credit report showed 7 credit cards, multiple utility accounts, a personal loan, and a cell phone account, all fraudulent, all in collections or severely delinquent. When I demanded to know why they'd done this, my parents explained they'd been struggling financially for years. My father had lost his job when I was 16 and had been underemployed since then. They'd been unable to get credit in their own names due to their poor credit history, so they'd started using my social security number to open accounts they could use for living expenses and bills. The rationalization that they'd been in financial difficulty didn't excuse identity theft against their own child. They'd stolen my identity and destroyed my credit to fund their lifestyle, all while I was working part-time through college and carefully managing my limited money. They'd been living on fraudulent credit in my name, while I'd been budgeting every dollar. My parents claimed they'd hidden the bills and statements so I wouldn't find out, planning to handle it before I needed credit. But they'd never made payments on most accounts, letting them all go delinquent. Their plan had apparently been to use my credit until it was maxed out, then hope I wouldn't discover the fraud until they could somehow pay it off, which they'd been unable to do for years. I reported my parents to the police for identity theft. The detective explained that family member identity theft is unfortunately common, with parents frequently using children's social security numbers to open credit accounts. The fact that the fraud had started when I was a minor and continued for years showed systematic theft rather than a one-time desperate act. Filing a police report against my own parents was one of the hardest things I've done, but it was necessary. Without a police report, creditors wouldn't believe I was a victim of identity theft rather than someone trying to escape debt I'd legitimately incurred. The police report was essential documentation for disputing the fraudulent accounts and beginning to clear my credit. I also contacted each creditor individually, providing the police report and explaining that I was a victim of identity theft by my parents. Some creditors were cooperative and immediately removed the fraudulent accounts from my credit report. Others required more documentation and proof. A few insisted I was still responsible for the debt, regardless of who opened the accounts, since it was opened using my legitimate personal information. The process of disputing fraudulent accounts and clearing my credit has been exhausting and time-consuming. Each creditor has different requirements and procedures. Some accounts were relatively easy to remove. Others have required extensive documentation, affidavits, and persistent follow-up. It's been months of phone calls, letters, and paperwork trying to undo the damage my parents caused over 6 years. My parents have been charged with identity theft and fraud. The prosecutor explained they face serious felony charges given the amount of debt involved and the sustained nature of the fraud. My parents could potentially face several years in prison if convicted on all counts. My parents' attorney tried to negotiate a plea deal where they'd plead guilty to reduced charges in exchange for agreeing to pay restitution and make amends. But my attorney advised that any restitution agreement would be meaningless. My parents have no money and no assets. They're in debt themselves and have no ability to actually repay the $45,000 they stole by using my identity. Family members have been divided in their response. Some relatives are supportive and appalled that my parents committed identity theft against me. My aunt told me she'd always known my parents were financially irresponsible, but never imagined they'd steal from me. Other relatives think I'm being too harsh by pressing criminal charges, suggesting I should handle it privately within the family, rather than involving police. 6 months after discovering my parents' identity theft, I'm slowly rebuilding my credit and watching them face criminal prosecution for stealing my identity and destroying my financial future before I'd even graduated college. The relationship with my parents is shattered, possibly permanently, and the trust I'd had in family has been destroyed by their betrayal. My parents pleaded guilty to reduced charges, identity theft and fraud, in exchange for probation and a restitution order. They'll avoid prison but face 5 years probation, during which they must attempt to pay restitution for the damage they caused. The restitution order is for the full $45,000 they stole, though realistically, I'll likely never see that money, since they remain broke and unable to work consistently. My credit score has improved from 480 to 610 as fraudulent accounts have been removed. It's still not good credit, but it's improving steadily as the fraudulent marks are cleared and as I start building legitimate credit history. I was eventually able to rent an apartment after providing landlords with documentation about the identity theft and police reports showing I was a victim. The teaching job I'd accepted has been understanding about the situation. They'd initially been concerned about the background check showing financial issues, but once I explained the identity theft by my parents and provided documentation, they were supportive. They told me they'd encountered similar situations before with young people whose parents had stolen their identities. I'm completely no contact with my parents now. They've tried to reach out through relatives, sending messages saying they're sorry and that they only did what they did because they were desperate. But sorry doesn't restore my credit or undo years of damage. Sorry doesn't change that they systematically stole my identity from age 16 onward, destroying my financial future to fund their irresponsible spending. The discovery that my parents had been opening accounts in my name while I was working part-time through college, carefully budgeting and avoiding debt, was particularly galling. They'd been living on fraudulent credit in my name while watching me struggle financially. They could have asked for help or been honest about their situation, but instead they chose to steal from me in a way that would damage my future. Some of the fraudulent accounts my parents opened were for luxury purchases, high-end electronics, furniture, vacation expenses. They hadn't just used my identity for survival necessities, they'd used it to maintain a lifestyle they couldn't afford. Credit card statements showed charges at restaurants, retail stores, and entertainment venues. They'd stolen my financial future to avoid adjusting their spending. I've connected with support groups for identity theft victims, particularly those victimized by family members. The stories are heartbreaking. Parents stealing children's identities is shockingly common, with many young people discovering destroyed credit when they try to rent apartments, buy cars, or apply for jobs. Family identity theft often goes unreported because victims feel guilty prosecuting relatives. My parents apparently feel they're the victims because I reported them to police rather than handling it privately. They've told relatives I've ruined their lives by pressing charges. They show no genuine remorse for destroying my credit and stealing $45,000 using my identity over 6 years. Only self-pity about facing consequences. The relatives suggesting I should have handled this privately and forgiven my parents don't seem to grasp that I had no choice but to file police reports. Without official reports of identity theft, I couldn't dispute the fraudulent accounts or clear my credit. Creditors wouldn't believe I was a victim without police documentation. Filing reports wasn't revenge. It was necessary to begin recovering from my parents' fraud. I'm rebuilding my financial life, essentially from scratch at 23, dealing with damage my parents inflicted starting when I was 16. My credit will take years to fully recover. I'm behind my peers in building credit history because I can't use credit normally yet. The apartment I'm renting required additional deposits due to my damaged credit history, despite the identity theft explanation. I'm sharing this story as a warning. Monitor your credit starting as early as possible, even as a teenager. Get free annual credit reports and check them for fraudulent accounts. Be aware that parents or other family members with access to your Social Security number might steal your identity if they're financially desperate. My parents' theft was possible because I never monitored my credit until I needed it. If you discover family member identity theft, report it officially, even though it feels like betrayal. Without police reports and proper documentation, clearing fraudulent debt is nearly impossible. Creditors need official proof you're a victim, not someone trying to escape legitimate debt. I struggled with guilt about reporting my parents, but it was necessary to protect my financial future. My parents stole my identity and destroyed my credit to fund a lifestyle they couldn't afford, starting when I was 16 and continuing for years. They watched me work and save carefully while they used my name to rack up debt they never intended to pay. Now they're facing criminal consequences, while I'm slowly rebuilding the credit they destroyed before I'd ever tried to use it. The betrayal by the people who were supposed to protect me is something I'm still processing in therapy, and the financial damage they caused will take years to fully repair. My sister secretly fed my vegan fiancé meat for months to make her sick before wedding. The absolutely malicious food tampering I exposed 4 months ago has shown me that my older sister Amanda deliberately and repeatedly contaminated my fiancé's food with animal products over 8 months, despite knowing she's been strictly vegan for medical and ethical reasons, causing severe digestive distress and health problems that we'd attributed to stress. All because Amanda disapproved of my fiancé's lifestyle and wanted to prove veganism was unhealthy to break us up before our wedding. I'm Lucas, 27 years old, and my fiancée Zara, 26, has been vegan for 6 years due to a combination of ethical beliefs and a diagnosed condition called alpha-gal syndrome, a meat allergy caused by tick bites that makes consuming mammal meat potentially dangerous. When Zara eats beef, pork, lamb, or dairy, she experiences severe gastrointestinal distress, hives, and potentially life-threatening allergic reactions. Her veganism isn't just a lifestyle choice, it's a medical necessity. My sister Amanda, 31, has always been judgmental about Zara's veganism. She'd make comments about it being a fad diet, would question whether it was healthy, and seemed to view Zara's dietary restrictions as a personal inconvenience. When Zara and I got engaged last year, Amanda's negativity about our relationship intensified, and she'd frequently suggest Zara wasn't right for our family. About 10 months ago, Zara started experiencing mysterious health issues. At family dinners at my parents' house, where Amanda often helped with cooking, Zara would become violently ill afterward. Severe stomach cramps, vomiting, hives, symptoms consistent with her alpha-gal reactions. We'd assumed there had been cross-contamination in the kitchen, or that dishes labeled vegan had accidentally contained animal products. Zara had been extremely careful about verifying ingredients, and had even brought her own food to some family events to avoid accidental exposure. But she'd still get sick after these gatherings, sometimes severely enough to require emergency care. We'd been frustrated and confused because we'd taken every precaution, yet Zara kept having allergic reactions. The health issues were affecting Zara's life significantly. She'd lost weight, was constantly anxious about eating at family events, and was exhausted from repeated allergic reactions. Her doctor had been concerned and had done extensive testing to see if her alpha-gal syndrome was worsening or if she'd developed additional allergies. The mystery illness was consuming our lives and putting stress on our relationship and wedding planning. 4 months ago, my younger cousin Melissa pulled me aside after a family dinner. She looked upset and said she'd seen something disturbing. Melissa had walked into the kitchen and had caught Amanda deliberately stirring chicken broth into the vegan soup she'd prepared for Zara. When Melissa had asked what she was doing, Amanda had told her to mind her own business, and had said she was teaching Zara a lesson about her ridiculous dietary restrictions. Melissa had been horrified and had immediately told me everything. She said this wasn't the first time. She'd noticed Amanda acting suspiciously around Zara's food at previous family gatherings, and now realized Amanda had probably been contaminating Zara's food deliberately for months. Melissa felt terrible she hadn't said something sooner, but hadn't understood the severity until seeing Amanda openly add animal products to food she knew Zara would eat. I was stunned and enraged. Amanda had been deliberately poisoning my fiancé, adding animal products to her food knowing it would cause severe allergic reactions, for months. All of Zara's mysterious illnesses, emergency room visits, weight loss, and anxiety had been caused by my sister's deliberate food tampering. I confronted Amanda immediately with Melissa present as a witness. Amanda initially denied everything, claiming Melissa was lying or had misunderstood what she'd seen. But when I pressed her, and Melissa confirmed exactly what she'd witnessed, Amanda's defense changed to justification rather than denial. Amanda admitted she'd been deliberately adding small amounts of animal products to Zara's food at family gatherings for months. She'd stirred chicken broth into soups, added butter to vegetables she'd labeled as vegan, used beef stock in rice dishes, and mixed dairy into desserts. She'd done this systematically over numerous family dinners, deliberately causing the allergic reactions and illness Zara had been suffering. Amanda's justification was that she'd been trying to prove that veganism was making Zara unhealthy, and that the problems would show me Zara's lifestyle was incompatible with our family. She'd apparently believed that if Zara kept getting sick at family events, I'd eventually realize our relationship was too difficult and would break off the engagement. She'd been literally poisoning my fiancé to sabotage our relationship. The fact that Amanda knew about Zara's alpha-gal syndrome made her actions even more egregious. This wasn't just violating dietary preferences, this was deliberately triggering a known medical allergy that could cause dangerous reactions. Amanda had knowingly poisoned someone with allergens that could potentially cause anaphylactic shock. I immediately told my parents what Amanda had done. They were horrified and demanded Amanda explain herself. Amanda tried to minimize her actions, claiming she'd only used small amounts and hadn't meant to cause serious harm. She framed it as trying to help me see that Zara's restrictions were unreasonable, rather than acknowledging she'd been committing assault by poisoning someone with known allergens. Zara was devastated when I told her. Months of mysterious illness, multiple emergency room visits, weight loss, anxiety, and suffering had all been deliberately caused by my sister. Zara had trusted my family and had been repeatedly poisoned at events where she should have been safe. The betrayal was profound, and the physical harm was serious. We reported Amanda to police immediately. The detective explained that deliberately tampering with someone's food with substances you know they're allergic to is assault. Potentially aggravated assault, given that Zara's alpha-gal syndrome is a known severe allergy. Amanda's actions weren't pranks or mistakes. They were deliberate poisoning that had caused significant harm over months. Amanda was arrested and charged with multiple counts of assault, reckless endangerment, and food tampering. The prosecutor was aggressive about pursuing charges because Amanda had systematically poisoned someone with known severe allergies over extended time, showing premeditation and sustained malicious intent. Amanda faced potentially years in prison if convicted on all counts. Zara also required extensive medical documentation of the harm caused by Amanda's poisoning. Her doctor reviewed the timeline of her mysterious illnesses and confirmed they corresponded exactly with family dinners Amanda had helped prepare. The doctor stated that repeated exposure to meat proteins through Amanda's food tampering had caused cumulative harm to Zara's digestive system and had potentially worsened her alpha-gal sensitivity. 5 months after discovering Amanda's systematic poisoning of my fiancé, She's facing serious criminal charges while Zara and I are planning a wedding that Amanda will not attend, and rebuilding trust that was shattered by my own sister's deliberate attempts to harm Zara and destroy our relationship through months of food tampering. Amanda pleaded guilty to assault and reckless endangerment charges as part of a plea deal. She received a sentence of 2 years in prison plus 3 years probation. The judge noted that Amanda had shown extraordinary callousness by repeatedly poisoning someone with known severe allergies over many months, causing significant physical harm and emotional distress, all to sabotage a family relationship she disapproved of. Zara's health has improved significantly since we've stopped attending family events where Amanda is present and have been vigilant about food sources. The mysterious illnesses have completely stopped once Amanda no longer had access to Zara's food. Zara's doctor says her alpha-gal symptoms should stabilize now that she's no longer being repeatedly exposed through Amanda's tampering. The relationship with my parents has been strained. They're horrified by what Amanda did and support the prosecution, but they're also struggling with having a daughter in prison for poisoning her brother's fiancé. Family gatherings are awkward and tense, dominated by the elephant in the room of Amanda's crimes and incarceration. Some extended family members have suggested we should show mercy toward Amanda and consider not testifying at her sentencing or supporting lighter punishment. But these relatives apparently don't understand that Amanda didn't make a single mistake. She systematically poisoned Zara for months, sending her to the emergency room multiple times, causing significant health problems, all while watching Zara suffer and knowing she was the cause. Zara and I postponed our wedding by 6 months to allow her to recover physically and emotionally from Amanda's poisoning campaign. We're now planning a wedding where security will ensure Amanda cannot attend or interfere. The joy of wedding planning has been tainted by the knowledge that my own sister tried to destroy our relationship by poisoning my fiancé. Amanda has never genuinely apologized or shown real remorse. Her apologies have been perfunctory and defensive, claiming she didn't realize how serious Zara's allergies were, despite being told multiple times about the alpha-gal syndrome. She maintains she was trying to help me see that Zara's dietary restrictions were problematic, framing her months of deliberate poisoning as misguided concern rather than malicious assault. I'm completely no contact with Amanda and will remain so indefinitely. Someone who'd repeatedly poisoned my fiancé with known allergens to try to break us up isn't someone I want in my life, regardless of shared genetics. The betrayal of trust, knowing she smiled at family dinners while deliberately making Zara sick, is unforgivable. Zara has developed PTSD around eating food prepared by others and anxiety about attending family events. She's in therapy, processing the trauma of being repeatedly poisoned by someone who was supposed to be family. The psychological damage from months of mystery illness, now revealed to be deliberate poisoning, will take years to heal. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you have severe food allergies or restrictions, be extremely vigilant about food at family events, especially if family members have expressed disapproval of your dietary needs. Keep food within sight at all times. Consider bringing your own sealed meals to events with unsupportive relatives. Amanda's poisoning campaign was possible because Zara trusted family and didn't imagine someone would deliberately contaminate her food with substances that could kill her. If you experience mystery illnesses that seem to correspond with specific family events or gatherings, consider the possibility of deliberate food tampering. Document symptoms and timing. Consult with doctors about potential poisoning. Report suspected tampering to police. Deliberately feeding someone allergens is assault, not a family dispute. Amanda spent 8 months systematically adding meat and dairy products to Zara's food, despite knowing about her severe alpha-gal allergy, causing repeated emergency room visits, significant health problems, weight loss, and trauma. She did this deliberately to try to convince me that Zara's veganism made her incompatible with our family and to break up our engagement. Now she's in prison for assault, while Zara and I are building our life together, forever vigilant about food safety and forever damaged by the knowledge that my own sister tried to poison my fiancé to destroy our relationship. My sister stole my acceptance letter to medical school and let me think I was rejected. The absolutely devastating academic sabotage I uncovered 4 months ago has shown me that my twin sister Hannah intercepted my acceptance letter to Harvard Medical School, hid it from me, so I missed the enrollment deadline and lost my spot, then accepted her own admission to a different program while watching me spiral into depression thinking I'd been rejected. All because she couldn't stand the idea of me achieving something she hadn't. I'm Lily, 24 years old, and Hannah is my identical twin. We've been compared our entire lives, constantly measured against each other academically and personally. We both excelled in school, both pursued pre-med tracks in college, and both applied to medical schools last year. The competition between us has always been intense, encouraged by our parents who seem to enjoy pitting us against each other. I worked incredibly hard through college, maintained a 3.95 GPA, volunteered at hospitals, conducted research, studied obsessively for the MCAT, and scored in the 99th percentile. I applied to 15 medical schools, including Harvard, which was my absolute dream school. Harvard has one of the best medical programs in the world, and getting accepted there would have been the culmination of years of work and sacrifice. Last spring, medical school decisions were coming out. Hannah got accepted to Johns Hopkins, which is also an excellent program. She was excited and celebrated, and I was genuinely happy for her despite my nervousness about my own applications. I was still waiting to hear from several schools, including Harvard. Weeks passed with no letter from Harvard. Other schools sent rejections or acceptances, but Harvard was silent. Finally, I checked the application portal and saw my status had been updated to withdrawn, with a note that I'd failed to respond to their acceptance offer by the deadline. I was devastated and confused. I'd never received any acceptance letter, and I would never have deliberately ignored a response deadline for my dream school. I called Harvard's admissions office asking if there had been a mistake. They confirmed they'd sent an acceptance letter to my home address 6 weeks earlier, with a deadline to accept or decline the offer within 3 weeks. When I hadn't responded by the deadline, they'd assumed I was declining and had offered my spot to someone on the wait list. The admissions officer was sympathetic but firm. The deadline had passed, my spot was gone, and there was nothing they could do. I was destroyed. I'd been accepted to Harvard Medical School, my dream, and had somehow missed it. I searched everywhere for the letter, thinking maybe it had been lost in mail or misplaced. I couldn't understand how I could have missed something so important. The rejection from Harvard that I thought I'd received turned out to be an acceptance I'd never seen, which somehow felt even worse. I spiraled into depression. I'd worked so hard, achieved what should have been an incredible accomplishment, but lost it through what seemed like impossible carelessness. I accepted admission to a lower-ranked school that had also accepted me, feeling like a failure. Meanwhile, Hannah was excitedly preparing for Johns Hopkins, buying supplies, connecting with future classmates, living the dream I should have been living. 4 months ago, I was helping my parents clean out our childhood home, which they were preparing to sell. In Hannah's old bedroom closet, I found a box of random items she'd apparently stored and forgotten. Among the junk was an opened envelope addressed to me from Harvard Medical School. Inside was my acceptance letter, dated 6 weeks before the response deadline I'd missed. The moment I saw that Harvard acceptance letter hidden in Hannah's closet, everything clicked into place with sickening clarity. Hannah had intercepted my letter when it arrived at our parents' house, where we both still had mail delivered. She'd opened it, read that I'd been accepted to Harvard, and had deliberately hidden it to ensure I'd miss the response deadline and lose my spot. Hannah had known for months that I'd been accepted to Harvard. She'd watched me call the admissions office confused and devastated. She'd watched me spiral into depression, thinking I'd somehow carelessly destroyed my own opportunity. She'd listened to me cry about losing my dream school and had said nothing, offering sympathy while knowing the entire time that she'd deliberately sabotaged me. I confronted Hannah immediately with the letter. Her face went white when she saw what I was holding. She tried to claim she'd found the letter mixed in with her own mail and had set it aside, meaning to give it to me but had forgotten. I told her that was impossible. The letter had been opened and hidden in a box in her closet, not mixed in with other mail. She'd deliberately stolen and hidden it. When I pressed harder, Hannah finally broke down and admitted what she'd done. She said she couldn't stand the idea of me getting into Harvard when she'd only gotten into Johns Hopkins. She'd felt like she'd be living in my shadow if I went to the more prestigious school. She'd convinced herself she deserved to be the successful twin, and that I would be fine at a different school. So, hiding my acceptance letter was justified to level the playing field. The rationalization was insane. Hannah had destroyed my opportunity to attend my dream school, one of the best medical programs in the world, because she was jealous and couldn't handle me achieving something she perceived as better than her accomplishment. She'd sabotaged years of my work and sacrifice because of sibling rivalry and insecurity. I told my parents immediately. They were horrified, though I noticed some hesitation in their response that made me realize our parents' constant comparison of us had created the toxic dynamic that led to Hannah's sabotage. They'd encouraged our competition, had praised whoever performed better while criticizing the other, and had essentially taught us that only one twin could be successful at a time. My parents insisted Hannah apologize, which she did through tears, claiming she'd been suffering with guilt and had made a terrible mistake. But her apology felt hollow. She'd had months to confess and return the letter when it might have still mattered. She'd only admitted the truth when confronted with irrefutable evidence. Her guilt apparently hadn't been strong enough to overcome her satisfaction at sabotaging my opportunity. I contacted Harvard Medical School's admissions office, explaining what had happened and providing evidence: the hidden letter, Hannah's confession, my parents' confirmation. The admissions dean was sympathetic and appalled. She said this was the first time she'd heard of applicant sabotage between siblings. Unfortunately, my spot had been filled months ago, and the incoming class was set. I was offered a place on the wait list for the next year's class, but there was no guarantee of admission. I also reported Hannah to Johns Hopkins, since sabotaging a competitor's application arguably violated academic integrity standards. Johns Hopkins conducted an investigation and found that while Hannah hadn't violated their specific rules, her conduct toward me showed concerning ethical lapses. They put her on academic probation and required ethics counseling. Hannah was furious that I'd reported her to Johns Hopkins, claiming I was trying to destroy her future out of revenge. I told her she'd destroyed my present by stealing my Harvard acceptance, and that facing consequences for unethical behavior was appropriate. She'd sabotaged my dream school and seemed to think she should face no repercussions because we're family. 6 months after discovering Hannah's sabotage, I'm attending the medical school I'd settled for while pursuing a complaint and potentially legal action against her. My relationship with Hannah is permanently destroyed, and I'm not sure it will ever recover from her betrayal. The twin I'd shared a womb with had deliberately destroyed my dream out of jealousy and competitive insecurity. I filed a civil lawsuit against Hannah for tortious interference and intentional infliction of emotional distress. My attorney explained that Hannah's deliberate interference with my Harvard admission caused measurable harm. I'm attending a lower-ranked school with less favorable financial aid, which affects both my education quality and my financial situation. I'm seeking damages for the difference in tuition costs, the reduced career prospects from the lower-ranked program, and the emotional distress her sabotage caused. Hannah's attorney is trying to dismiss the lawsuit as a family dispute that shouldn't be in court. But this isn't a typical family argument. Hannah committed deliberate sabotage that caused significant educational and financial harm. Her attorney has suggested settlement discussions, which indicates they're worried about the strength of my case. My parents have tried to remain neutral, which feels like a betrayal in itself. Their constant comparison of Hannah and me throughout our lives created the toxic dynamic that led to this sabotage. Yet, they're treating it like an equal fault dispute, rather than acknowledging Hannah's deliberate wrong. Their both sides approach has damaged my relationship with them as well. I've learned through mutual friends that Hannah is struggling at Johns Hopkins. The academic probation, the ethics counseling requirement, and the social fallout from students who learned what she did to her twin have made her first year difficult. Some classmates have ostracized her, viewing her as someone capable of extreme academic sabotage who can't be trusted. Part of me feels vindicated that Hannah is facing consequences, but mostly I feel sad and angry about what she took from me. Harvard wasn't just a prestigious name, it was the program I'd dreamed about since high school, the goal that motivated me through endless studying and sacrifice. Hannah stole that opportunity and watched me suffer over losing it while pretending to be supportive. The waitlist for next year's Harvard class is long, and my chances of admission are unclear. The admissions dean has noted my file with details about the sabotage, which might help, but there are many qualified candidates and limited spots. I might never get another chance at Harvard because Hannah decided her jealousy was more important than my dreams. I'm succeeding at my current medical school despite the circumstances. My grades are excellent, and I'm involved in research and clinical work. But I constantly wonder what opportunities I'm missing by not being at Harvard, the connections, the resources, the reputation that opens doors. Hannah stole not just an acceptance letter, but the trajectory of my entire medical career. Hannah has tried to reach out through family members, suggesting we should reconcile and move past this. She apparently thinks enough time has passed that I should forgive her sabotage and destruction of my Harvard opportunity. But forgiveness would require genuine remorse and accountability, neither of which Hannah has shown. She's sorry she got caught and faced consequences, not genuinely remorseful about what she did. Some extended family members think I'm being too harsh by suing Hannah and staying no contact. They suggest twins should have a special bond, and that I should forgive her mistake. But these family members aren't the ones who lost their dream school opportunity because their twins sabotaged them out of jealousy. Their opinions about appropriate forgiveness timelines are worthless. I've started therapy specifically to process the betrayal and the loss of Harvard. The therapist has helped me understand that I'm grieving not just the lost opportunity, but also the twin relationship I thought I had. Hannah wasn't the sister I believed she was. She was a jealous competitor, willing to destroy my achievements to feel better about herself. I'm sharing this story as a warning about toxic family competition and the extreme length some people will go to sabotage siblings they view as rivals. Hannah and I were taught our entire lives that only one of us could be the successful twin. And Hannah internalized that message to the point where she'd commit mail theft and academic sabotage to prevent me from outshining her. If you're in competitive academic situations with siblings, protect your applications and important mail. Have letters sent to addresses only you access. Be aware that jealous family members might sabotage you if they feel threatened by your potential success. I never imagined my twin would steal my Harvard acceptance letter, which is exactly why Hannah was able to do it. Hannah destroyed my opportunity to attend one of the best medical schools in the world because she couldn't handle me achieving something she perceived as better than her own accomplishment. She stole my acceptance letter, watched me suffer thinking I'd been rejected, and said nothing for months while I spiraled into depression. Now she's facing legal consequences and permanent estrangement while I rebuild the career path she tried to derail. The twin bond we supposedly shared couldn't withstand her jealousy, and that loss might be even more devastating than losing Harvard. My stepbrother copied my business idea and launched it first using money I loaned him. The absolutely infuriating entrepreneurial theft I uncovered 2 months ago has shown me that my stepbrother Derek, who I trusted as my closest friend and business confidant, deliberately stole my fully developed app concept that I'd spent 18 months creating and planning, then used the $15,000 I'd loaned him for his emergency expenses to rush launch his own version 3 weeks before my scheduled release, destroying my first-to-market advantage and stealing customers I'd already been cultivating. I'm Cameron, 25 years old, and Derek is 27. We became stepbrothers when our parents married 12 years ago, and despite the forced family connection, we'd actually become genuine friends. We both studied computer science, both were interested in tech entrepreneurship, and we'd spent countless hours discussing business ideas and startup strategies. I thought we had mutual respect and genuine brotherhood beyond just the legal family connection. For the past 18 months, I'd been developing a mobile app concept, a productivity tool with unique features I'd identified through market research and user testing. I'd spent my evenings and weekends after my full-time software job coding the app, designing the user interface, developing marketing materials, and building a launch strategy. The app was nearly complete, and I'd scheduled a launch date for early next month. I'd shared everything about my app project with Derek. I'd shown him my code, discussed my feature set, explained my monetization strategy, shared my marketing plan, and even practiced my investor pitch with him. Derek had seemed supportive and excited, offering feedback and encouragement. He'd been my sounding board throughout the entire development process, and I'd trusted him completely with my ideas and plans. 3 months ago, Derek Heath had asked to borrow $15,000 for what he claimed was an emergency. He said he was behind on rent and facing eviction, needed car repairs, and had some medical bills he couldn't cover. As his stepbrother and friend, I immediately agreed to help. I'd saved this money specifically for my app launch, planned marketing budget, initial server costs, and living expenses while I worked on growing the business. But Derek was family and claimed he was in crisis, so I lent him the full amount with his promise to repay me within 6 months. 2 months ago, Derek launched a productivity app that was nearly identical to mine. Same core features, similar user interface, same target market, even a similar name. His launch came 3 weeks before my scheduled release date, early enough to capture the first-to-market advantage, but close enough to my timeline that the similarity couldn't be coincidental. I was shocked and confused when I saw Derek's app announcement. I immediately called him asking how this had happened. Derek claimed his app was based on his own ideas that he'd been developing independently, and that any similarity to my app was pure coincidence. But the features were too specific, the implementation too similar for this to be accidental parallel development. Then I discovered that Derek had used my loaned $15,000 to fund his app launch. Bank records I later obtained through legal process showed Derek had used the money I gave him for his emergency to pay for accelerated development help, marketing, and launch costs for his stolen app concept. He'd lied about the emergency and had used my money to steal my business idea and beat me to market. The realization that Derek had deliberately stolen my app concept and used my own money to launch before me was devastating. This wasn't accidental parallel development or coincidental similarity. This was calculated theft. Derek had pretended to be supportive while secretly planning to copy my idea, had invented a fake emergency to extract launch funding from me, and had rushed his version to market specifically to destroy my first-to-market advantage. I hired an intellectual property attorney to evaluate my options. The attorney reviewed my development timeline, my communications with Derek, showing I'd shared the idea with him months before his launch, and the specific similarities between our apps. The attorney concluded I had a strong case for trade secret misappropriation. Derek had obtained confidential business information through our relationship of trust and had used it to compete against me. We sent Derek a cease and desist letter, demanding he shut down his app and compensate me for damages. Derek's attorney responded, claiming there was no protectable intellectual property since app ideas can't be copyrighted, and that Derek's implementation was different enough to avoid infringement. His attorney also claimed I had no proof Derek had stolen anything, rather than developing similar ideas independently. But I had extensive proof. I had time-stamped code repositories showing my development timeline starting 18 months ago. I had messages where I'd shared specific feature ideas with Derek before he launched. I had user testing feedback and design documents with dates proving I'd developed these concepts well before Derek's launch. Most importantly, I had evidence Derek had lied about his emergency and had used my loaned money directly for his competing app launch. I filed a lawsuit for trade secret misappropriation, breach of fiduciary duty, fraud regarding the fake emergency loan, and unjust enrichment. My attorney argued that Derek had gained access to my business plan and app design through our trusted relationship, had fraudulently obtained launch funding from me under false pretenses, and had deliberately launched ahead of me to steal my market opportunity. Derek's app had gained significant early traction, approximately 50,000 downloads in the first 6 weeks and about $20,000 in revenue. These were users who would have been my customers if I'd been first to market as planned. Derek had stolen not just my idea, but my actual potential customer base by beating me to launch by 3 weeks using fraudulently obtained funding. I also discovered that Derek had been in contact with developers I'd interviewed for contract work on my app. He'd apparently reached out to them claiming to be working with me, had pumped them for information about my project timeline and features, and had hired some of them to work on his version. He'd actively gathered intelligence about my app development to ensure his stolen version would be close enough to capture my market. The financial impact was severe. I'd invested 18 months of my time developing my app, had spent approximately $8,000 of my own money on development costs, and had loaned Derek $15,000 that he'd used against me. My app launch was now compromised because Derek's version was already in market. I'd lost first-mover advantage, and many of my potential early adopters had already downloaded Derek's stolen version. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. Our parents tried to stay neutral initially, but when I showed them evidence of Derek's fraud, the fake emergency, the use of my money to launch his competing app, the timeline proving he'd stolen my ideas, even they couldn't defend him. My mother was particularly upset that Derek had manipulated me through our family relationship to commit business fraud. 4 months after Derek's launch of his stolen app, I'm pursuing aggressive legal action while trying to salvage my own launch and recover from his betrayal. Derek's app continues gaining users with my stolen ideas while he fights my lawsuit and maintains his innocuous stance that everything was coincidental. The stepbrother I'd trusted as my closest friend proved to be a calculating thief, willing to destroy my business to benefit himself. The discovery process in my lawsuit has been revealing. Derek's development timeline shows he started building his app just weeks after I'd shown him my complete feature set and explained my monetization strategy. His marketing materials contained phrases and positioning language nearly identical to my pitch deck that I'd practiced with him. The evidence of copying is overwhelming, despite Derek's continued claims of independent development. Derek's investors, he'd apparently secured some angel funding claiming the app was his original idea, have been notified about the intellectual property dispute. Some investors have expressed concern about backing a product developed using stolen trade secrets. Derek's attorney is fighting to keep investor information confidential, probably worried that investors will withdraw support if they learn the app is based on theft. I launched my app 2 months after Derek's version, knowing I'd lost first-to-market advantage, but determined not to let his theft completely destroy my 18 months of work. My app has better features and more polished design since I'd spent more time on development. But Derek's 3-week head start gave him momentum that's difficult to overcome. His app has about 85,000 downloads now. Mine has about 30,000. The financial damage I'm claiming in the lawsuit includes my development costs, the $15,000 fraudulently obtained loan, lost profits from the stolen market opportunity, and punitive damages for the deliberate fraud. My attorney estimates total damages at approximately $180,000 based on market analysis of what my app would have earned with proper first-to-market launch. Derek has countersued, claiming I'm engaging in frivolous litigation to harm his business and that my app actually copied features from his version. The countersuit is clearly defensive and without merit, since my development timeline proves I built my features first, but it's added legal costs and complexity. Derek's strategy seems to be burying me in legal expenses, hoping I'll give up. Our parents' marriage has been strained by this conflict. My mother believes Derek committed fraud and supports my lawsuit. Derek's father feels I'm being vindictive toward my stepbrother over a business disagreement and should drop the legal action. They've stopped having family dinners because Derek and I can't be in the same room, and the tension between our parents is affecting their relationship. Extended family has mostly sided with me after seeing evidence of Derek's fraud. My grandmother told Derek she was ashamed of him for stealing from me and using my money to do it. Derek's response was to claim everyone was being manipulated by my version of events, and that the truth would come out in court, proving he'd done nothing wrong. The $15,000 loan I made to Derek will likely never be repaid, even if I win the lawsuit. Derek has claimed he's broke. All his money is tied up in his app business, which is now under legal threat. He can't repay the loan without essentially admitting it was obtained fraudulently, which would strengthen my lawsuit. The money I saved for my own launch is gone, used against me by someone I'd trusted as family. I've had to get a litigation loan to fund my lawsuit, high-interest financing that I'll need to repay regardless of outcome. I'm betting my financial future that the evidence of Derek's theft is strong enough to win damages that will cover my costs, plus compensate for the harm. If I lose, I'll be left with litigation debt on top of everything Derek already stole. The psychological impact of Derek's betrayal has affected my ability to trust anyone with business ideas. I'm paranoid about sharing concepts, worried that anyone I confide in might steal and beat me to market. Derek taught me that even family members with seemingly genuine relationships might view your ideas as opportunities to exploit, rather than as confidences to respect. I'm sharing this story as a warning. Protect your business ideas even from family members you trust. Use NDAs before sharing details. Don't loan money to family members who might use it to compete against you. Be cautious about who you bring into your confidential development process. Derek's betrayal was possible because I trusted him completely and shared everything, giving him perfect information to steal my idea and perfect timing to beat me to market. Derek positioned himself as my supportive friend and confidant while secretly planning to copy my app concept. He invented a fake emergency to extract launch funding from me, used my money to accelerate development of his stolen version, and rushed to market ahead of me to capture the customers I'd been working 18 months to reach. Now he's fighting my lawsuit while maintaining he's done nothing wrong, apparently believing that business theft doesn't count when the victim is family who trusted you enough to share their ideas and loan you money. My stepdad sold my dead father's classic car collection that was left to me in his will. The absolutely devastating theft of my inheritance I discovered 9 months ago has shown me that my stepfather Frank secretly sold my late biological father's entire classic car collection. 7 vintage vehicles worth approximately $280,000 total that my father had explicitly left to me in his will, while I was away at college, then spent the money on himself before I even knew the cars were gone, claiming he had storage rights since they were kept on his property. I'm Blake, 22 years old, and my biological father Daniel died in a motorcycle accident when I was 15. Before his death, we'd been very close despite my parents' divorce when I was young. My father was passionate about classic cars and had spent years building a collection of 7 beautifully restored vintage vehicles: a 1967 Mustang, a 1969 Camaro, a 1957 Chevy Bel Air, and 4 other classic models. These cars were his pride and joy, and we'd spent countless weekends working on them together. My father's will explicitly stated that his entire car collection was to be held in trust until I turned 21, at which point ownership would transfer to me. My father knew I shared his passion for classic cars and wanted me to have the collection we'd worked on together. The will appointed my mother as trustee, with instructions to maintain the cars until I was old enough to take ownership. After my father died, my mother remarried within 2 years to Frank, a man who'd never shown any interest in cars and who seemed irritated by the space the collection took up in the garage at their house. My mother and Frank had moved the cars to a storage garage on their property, claiming they were keeping them safe for me until I was ready to take ownership. I went away to college at 18, studying mechanical engineering, partly because of the love of machinery my father had instilled in me. During college, I'd come home occasionally but hadn't been checking on the cars regularly. I'd trusted that my mother and Frank were maintaining them as trustees until my 21st birthday, when I'd take ownership. When I turned 21 last year, I contacted my mother about transferring the cars to me as specified in my father's will. She became evasive, saying we'd need to talk about it in person. When I pressed her, she admitted that Frank had sold all 7 cars over the previous 3 years. I was devastated and confused. Those cars were my inheritance, specifically left to me by my father. How could Frank have sold them? My mother explained that Frank had claimed the cars were taking up space on his property, and that he'd had the right to dispose of them. Frank had sold each car over 3 years to various collectors and private buyers, receiving approximately $280,000 total. He'd kept all the money, claiming it was compensation for storage costs and for dealing with the inconvenience of keeping the cars on his property. I immediately consulted with an estate attorney. The attorney reviewed my father's will and confirmed that the cars had been explicitly left to me, with my mother as trustee responsible for maintaining them until I turned 21. Frank had no legal right to sell cars that were part of my inheritance, regardless of where they were stored. What Frank had done was theft of my inheritance and breach of the trust agreement my mother had been legally bound to uphold. The attorney's assessment made the situation clear. Frank had stolen my inheritance by selling cars that legally belonged to me, and my mother had breached her fiduciary duty as trustee by allowing Frank to sell the cars and failing to protect my inheritance. Both of them had violated the terms of my father's will and had potentially committed crimes. I demanded that Frank and my mother return the $280,000 Frank had received from selling my cars. Frank refused, claiming he'd used the money for household expenses, property improvements, and personal purchases over 3 years, and no longer had it. He maintained that he'd had the right to sell cars stored on his property, and that I should be grateful he'd kept them as long as he had. The claim that Frank had rights to my cars because they were stored on his property was legally absurd. The cars weren't his property. They were my inheritance being held in trust. Storage location doesn't transfer ownership. Frank had stolen and sold property that belonged to me, then spent the proceeds. My attorney filed a lawsuit against both Frank and my mother for theft of inheritance, breach of fiduciary duty, and conversion of property. We demanded return of the full $280,000 plus interest, plus additional damages for the emotional distress and for the loss of irreplaceable vehicles my father had specifically wanted me to have. During discovery, we obtained documentation of all 7 car sales. Frank had sold the cars to various buyers over 3 years, receiving between $25,000 and $55,000 per vehicle, depending on the model and condition. Total proceeds were approximately $280,000. Bank records showed Frank had deposited all sale proceeds into his personal account and had spent the money on a boat, home renovations, a luxury vacation, and general living expenses. Frank had literally sold my dead father's car collection, vehicles meant for his son, and had used the money to buy himself a boat and to fund his lifestyle. The callousness and entitlement were staggering. He'd taken my inheritance and had treated it like his own money to spend however he wanted. We also discovered that my mother had signed paperwork for some of the sales as trustee, meaning she'd actively facilitated Frank's theft of my inheritance rather than just passively allowing it. She'd betrayed her legal obligation to protect my inheritance and had helped Frank steal and sell cars my father had explicitly left for me. The most devastating aspect was that the cars were gone forever. These weren't just valuable assets. They were vehicles my father and I had worked on together. Cars with sentimental value that represented our relationship. Even if I recovered the money, I couldn't recover the actual cars. They'd been sold to collectors and were scattered across the country now, impossible to track down or recover. I'd tried to locate some of the specific cars to see if current owners might sell them back. I'd found 3 of the 7 cars and had contacted the current owners. 2 owners refused to sell at any price, having bought them as additions to their own collections. One owner agreed to sell, but demanded $75,000 for a car Frank had sold for $38,000. I'd have to pay almost double what Frank received just to buy back one car from my own inheritance. The relationship with my mother was destroyed. She'd had a legal and moral obligation to protect my inheritance as trustee, and she'd instead facilitated Frank's theft of it. When I'd confronted her about her role, she'd claimed Frank had pressured her and that she hadn't understood the legal implications. But she'd signed sale documents as trustee. She'd known exactly what she was doing. 1 year after discovering Frank's theft of my father's car collection, the lawsuit has resulted in a judgment against both Frank and my mother for the full value of the stolen inheritance, plus damages. Though actually collecting the money is proving difficult, and the irreplaceable cars are gone forever. The court found that Frank had deliberately stolen my inheritance by selling cars he had no legal right to sell, and that my mother had breached her fiduciary duty as trustee by facilitating the sales rather than protecting my inheritance. The judgment was for $315,000, the $280,000 Frank received plus interest and some damages. Frank and my mother were ordered to pay jointly. Collecting the judgment is the challenge. Frank and my mother claim they don't have the money. It's been spent over 3 years on various purchases and expenses. Frank still owns the boat he bought with proceeds from my cars, which my attorney is pursuing through liens and forced sale. But even selling the boat won't recover anywhere near the full amount. My mother has offered to give me approximately $40,000 from her own accounts as partial repayment. It's a fraction of what was stolen, but it's apparently all she has liquid. She claims Frank spent most of the money, and she didn't realize how much he was going through. Her excuses ring hollow. She was the trustee with legal responsibility to protect my inheritance, and she failed catastrophically. Frank has shown no remorse whatsoever. He maintains he had every right to sell cars stored on his property, and that I'm being greedy and litigious by pursuing legal action against family. His complete lack of acknowledgement that he stole my inheritance and violated my father's explicit wishes shows he's either genuinely delusional about property rights or is simply a malicious thief. I'll likely never recover the full value of what was stolen. Even with the judgment, Frank and my mother have limited assets to seize. I'm pursuing garnishment of Frank's income and forced sale of the boat, but it's a slow process that will recover maybe half of what's owed at best. The rest is likely gone forever, stolen and spent by someone who had no legal or moral right to it. The sentimental loss is even worse than the financial loss. Those 7 cars represented my relationship with my father. We'd worked on them together, had learned mechanical skills together, had bonded over shared passion for classic vehicles. My father had explicitly wanted me to have those cars as both inheritance and as tangible connection to him after his death. Frank sold that connection and spent the money on a boat. I've tried to rebuild my own classic car collection with the limited money I've recovered. I bought one vehicle similar to the 1967 Mustang my father and I had restored together. But it's not the same. It's not the actual car we worked on, and it wasn't left to me by my father. I'm building new memories, but the originals are gone because Frank stole them. My relationship with my mother is likely permanently damaged. She chose Frank and allowed him to steal from me, rather than fulfilling her legal obligation to protect my inheritance. She betrayed both my trust and my father's trust in designating her as trustee. Some betrayals destroy relationships beyond repair. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you inherit property being held in trust, monitor it closely, even if you trust the trustee. Don't assume family members will honor legal obligations without supervision. Verify regularly that inherited assets are being maintained and protected. Consider having trusts administered by professional trustees rather than family members who might be influenced by spouses or by financial need. If property from an inheritance is stored on someone else's property, document in writing that storage location doesn't imply ownership or rights. Make clear that inherited items are being stored temporarily and remain the property of the beneficiary. Frank's completely invalid claim that storage location gave him rights to sell my cars might have been prevented with explicit written agreements. Frank sold 7 classic cars my father had explicitly left to me in his will, cars that represented years of our father-son relationship and that my father wanted me to have as inheritance and as connection to him after his death. Frank spent $280,000 from those sales on a boat, home improvements, vacations, and lifestyle expenses. He stole my inheritance, destroyed my tangible connection to my deceased father, and shows no remorse. Even with legal judgment in my favor, I'll never recover the actual cars or the relationship with my father that they represented. My uncle convinced my dying grandmother to sign over her house to him while I was her caregiver. The absolutely heartbreaking property theft I discovered 3 weeks after my grandmother's funeral has revealed that my Uncle Greg manipulated my 87-year-old grandmother during her final months with dementia to sign a quitclaim deed transferring her house to him, despite the fact that I'd quit my job to become her full-time caregiver for 2 years, and she'd repeatedly promised the house would be mine for sacrificing my career to care for her. I'm Riley, 26 years old, and my grandmother Eleanor practically raised me after my parents divorced when I was young. We were incredibly close, and when she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease 2 years ago, I didn't hesitate to move in with her and become her full-time caregiver. I quit my job as a graphic designer, gave up my apartment, and dedicated myself completely to ensuring Grandma could stay in her home with dignity rather than being placed in a facility. For 2 years, I provided around-the-clock care for Grandma, managing her medications, preparing meals, helping with bathing and dressing, taking her to medical appointments, handling her finances with her power of attorney, keeping her safe during episodes of confusion. It was exhausting, emotionally draining work that consumed my life completely. I had no income beyond the small stipend from Grandma's Social Security that covered basic expenses. I was essentially working as an unpaid caregiver because I loved her and wanted to honor our bond. During her lucid moments, Grandma repeatedly told me the house would be mine when she passed. She said she wanted me to have it as thanks for caring for her, and as security, since I'd sacrificed my career and savings to be her caregiver. The house was worth approximately $320,000, a modest ranch in a good neighborhood that Grandma had owned for 40 years. It represented my future security after the years I'd dedicated to her care. Grandma passed away peacefully 3 months ago. The grief was overwhelming, but I was grateful I'd been able to keep her home and comfortable until the end. After the funeral, I began the process of settling her estate. That's when I discovered that the house I'd expected to inherit, the house Grandma had promised me repeatedly, was no longer in her estate. 6 months before her death, the property had been transferred to my Uncle Greg via a quitclaim deed. I was shocked and devastated. Greg was Grandma's younger son, my father's brother. He lived 3 states away and had visited maybe 4 times in the 2 years I'd cared for Grandma. He'd contributed nothing to her care. No financial support, no respite care, no assistance with the daily work of caregiving. Yet somehow, he now owned the house I'd been living in and caring for. I contacted the estate attorney, who explained that the quitclaim deed was legally valid. Grandma's signature had been notarized, and the property transfer was recorded with the county. Greg now owned the house outright, and I had no legal claim to it despite my years of caregiving and Grandma's verbal promises. The attorney said, without a will or written agreement documenting Grandma's intentions, verbal promises of inheritance weren't legally binding. I called Greg, demanding to know what had happened. He claimed that Grandma had wanted to give him the house and had signed the deed voluntarily. But the timing was suspicious. The deed was signed 6 months before her death, when her Alzheimer's was advancing rapidly and her cognitive ability was significantly impaired. I suspected Greg had taken advantage of her declining mental state to manipulate her into signing away her house. I hired an attorney specializing in elder exploitation to investigate Greg's acquisition of Grandma's house. My attorney subpoenaed records from the notary who'd witnessed the quitclaim deed signing and obtained medical records documenting Grandma's cognitive state at the time. The evidence that emerged showed a clear pattern of exploitation and undue influence. The notary's records showed that Greg had brought Grandma to a notary's office 6 months before her death, claiming she wanted to transfer her house to him. The notary had asked Grandma basic questions to verify her understanding, and according to the notary's notes, Grandma had seemed confused about why she was signing documents and had asked several times, "What is this for?" The notary had apparently been uncomfortable, but had proceeded with the notarization because Greg insisted his mother was just having a bad day with her memory. Medical records from Grandma's neurologist showed that 6 months before her death, her Alzheimer's had progressed to moderate dementia. Her cognitive assessment scores indicated significant impairment in decision-making capacity, and her doctor had noted concerns about her vulnerability to exploitation. The medical evidence strongly suggested Grandma had lacked the mental capacity to understand what she was signing when Greg had presented the quitclaim deed. My attorney also discovered that Greg had visited Grandma 3 times in the month before the deed signing, unusual frequency for someone who normally visited once or twice per year. Text messages recovered from Grandma's phone showed Greg repeatedly asking about her house and suggesting she should make things easier by transferring the property to him. The text showed a pattern of Greg pressuring his confused, elderly mother about her property. Most damning was a recording I'd made during one of Grandma's lucid periods about 4 months before she died. I'd been documenting her wishes for family records, and in the recording, Grandma clearly stated that she wanted Riley, me, to have the house for taking care of her, and that she was upset Greg had been pressuring her about property and papers. She said on the recording, "I don't understand what Greg keeps wanting me to sign. Riley is the one who takes care of me. Riley should have the house." My attorney filed a lawsuit to void the quitclaim deed based on lack of capacity, undue influence, and elder financial exploitation. We argued that Grandma had been suffering from moderate dementia when she signed the deed, that Greg had exerted pressure and manipulation to obtain the signature, and that the transfer was contrary to Grandma's true intentions, as evidenced by her repeated statements to me and the recording. Greg's attorney argued that the deed was valid and that Greg had done nothing wrong. They claimed Grandma had been competent when she signed and had wanted to give her son the house. But their position weakened when we presented the medical evidence of her cognitive impairment and the recording of Grandma explicitly stating she wanted me to have the house and was confused by what Greg wanted her to sign. The case also revealed Greg's financial motive. He was apparently deeply in debt, approximately $180,000 in credit card debt, mortgage arrears, and personal loans. He'd been planning to sell Grandma's house immediately after her death to pay his debts. His exploitation of his mother during her dementia wasn't just about inheritance. It was about accessing equity to solve his financial problems. Greg had also lied to other family members about the house. He'd told people that Grandma had wanted the house to stay in the family and that he'd protect it. In reality, he'd already contacted real estate agents about listing the property and had been pressuring me to move out so he could prepare the house for sale. He'd planned to sell it within weeks of Grandma's funeral. 4 months after discovering Greg's theft of Grandma's house, the court has ruled in my favor, voiding the quitclaim deed and restoring the house to Grandma's estate, where it will pass to me as her closest surviving caregiver and designated heir. Greg's exploitation of our dying grandmother has been legally recognized, but the emotional damage of his betrayal during her final months is something I'll struggle with for years. The judge's ruling was thorough and harsh toward Greg. The judge found that Grandma had clearly lacked capacity to execute the deed based on medical evidence, that Greg had exerted undue influence by pressuring her repeatedly during a vulnerable state, and that the transfer violated principles of elder protection. The judge specifically noted that I had sacrificed years of my life caring for Grandma, while Greg had contributed nothing, yet attempted to steal her most valuable asset. The court also ordered Greg to pay my legal fees, approximately $28,000, as sanctions for elder exploitation. Greg has appealed the decision, but my attorney is confident the ruling will stand. The evidence of Grandma's incapacity and Greg's manipulation was overwhelming. Greg has sent me hostile messages blaming me for turning the family against him, and claiming he was just trying to help Grandma with her affairs. His narrative that pressuring a woman with moderate dementia to sign over her house was helping is delusional. He exploited his mother's cognitive decline for financial gain while I was providing her actual care. The family has split over the situation. Some relatives support me and are appalled by what Greg did. My aunt told me she'd always suspected Greg was financially irresponsible and morally questionable, and his exploitation of Grandma confirmed it. Other relatives think I should share the house with Greg, since he's family, apparently believing that exploiting elderly relatives entitles you to equal treatment with the caregiver who sacrificed everything. I'm living in Grandma's house now, which is legally mine, pending the resolution of Greg's appeal. But living here is bittersweet. It's filled with memories of caring for Grandma, but it's also tainted by knowing Greg tried to steal it during her final, vulnerable months. Every room reminds me both of the grandmother I loved and the uncle who betrayed her. The 2 years I spent as Grandma's caregiver cost me my career, my savings, and my social life. I have gaps in my resume that make finding work in graphic design difficult. I depleted my retirement account to cover expenses during caregiving. I'm 26 years old, trying to rebuild a career that I paused at 24, which puts me behind my peers. The house provides housing security, but it doesn't restore what I lost. Greg's attempted theft added insult to injury. After I'd sacrificed everything to care for Grandma, he'd tried to steal the one thing she'd wanted me to have in recognition of that sacrifice. He'd contributed nothing, but still felt entitled to take everything, exploiting his mother's dementia to override her clearly expressed wishes. I'm sharing this story as a warning to other caregivers. Protect elderly relatives from property exploitation, especially by family members who've been absent but suddenly show interest in assets. Get powers of attorney and healthcare proxies in place early, while capacity is clear. Document your loved one's wishes in writing. Be alert for relatives who pressure confused elderly people about property or financial decisions. Greg's exploitation was possible because I'd been focused on Grandma's daily care and hadn't been monitoring for family members who might take advantage of her declining cognition. I trusted that family wouldn't exploit her, which was naive. The reality is that family members sometimes view elderly relatives' assets as opportunities, especially when they're desperate for money like Greg was. The house Grandma wanted me to have is now legally mine, but the process of fighting Greg's theft has been expensive, stressful, and has delayed my ability to move forward with my life. I'm grateful the court recognized the exploitation and voided the fraudulent deed, but I'll never forget that my uncle, Grandma's own son, took advantage of her dementia to try to steal from both of us. He betrayed his mother during her final months and tried to steal the security she'd wanted to provide to the granddaughter who'd cared for her, all to pay off his credit card debt and irresponsible spending. My stepmom convinced my dad I was on drugs to get me kicked out and keep my inheritance. The completely fabricated drug addiction narrative I discovered 2 months ago has exposed that my stepmother Diane spent over a year systematically planting fake evidence of drug use, staging interventions based on lies, and manipulating my father into believing I was a drug addict so he'd disinherit me and kick me out of the house, leaving my portion of his estate to go entirely to her biological children instead. I'm Marcus, 20 years old, and my father remarried when I was 15 after my mother died from lupus complications. His new wife, Diane, brought 2 kids from her previous marriage, Brittany, now 19, and Chad, 17. The blended family was rocky from the start, with Diane clearly favoring her biological kids and treating me like an unwelcome addition, despite my father being the homeowner and primary earner supporting all of us. I've never used drugs, not even recreationally. I don't smoke, rarely drink, and I'm honestly pretty straight-laced. I graduated high school with honors, worked part-time while taking community college classes, and plan to transfer to a 4-year university next semester. I'm not perfect, but I'm responsible and focused on building my future. The idea that I had a drug problem was completely absurd. About 18 months ago, Diane started making comments to my father about me seeming different and acting suspicious. She'd claim I was sleeping too much or not enough, that my eyes looked weird, that I was being secretive about my activities. My dad would ask if I was okay, and I'd assure him I was fine, just busy with work and school. I thought Diane was being her usual difficult self, looking for reasons to criticize me. Then the evidence started appearing. My dad confronted me after Diane allegedly found a small baggie with white powder residue in my room. I was confused. I'd never seen that bag before and had no idea how it got there. Then my dad found a marijuana pipe hidden in my car's glove compartment. Again, I insisted I'd never seen it before and had no idea how it got there. My dad wanted to believe me but seemed conflicted. Diane escalated by claiming she'd found drug paraphernalia multiple times, that money was missing from her purse when I was home, that I was spending time with known drug users. None of it was true, but she presented her accusations with such conviction that my father started doubting me. When I denied everything, Diane would suggest my denials proved I was addicted and in denial, a classic manipulation tactic. The situation came to a head when Diane staged an intervention. She'd invited my grandparents, my aunt, and a family friend, telling them all I had a serious drug problem and needed help. I walked into our living room to find this group assembled, all looking at me with concern and pity. Diane had prepared a whole presentation about my supposed drug use, complete with the planted evidence and her fabricated observations. I was humiliated and furious. I denied having any drug problem and accused Diane of lying, but everyone had been so thoroughly convinced by her presentation that they thought my denials were typical addict behavior. My father, influenced by Diane and the group consensus, gave me an ultimatum: go to inpatient rehab for 90 days or move out of the house immediately. I refused rehab because I didn't have a drug problem to treat. My father, convinced I was in denial, told me I had to leave. At 20 years old, working part-time and attending community college, I was suddenly homeless because my stepmother had successfully convinced my father I was a drug addict based entirely on fabricated evidence and lies. After being kicked out, I moved in temporarily with my best friend's family while trying to figure out my next steps. I was devastated, angry, and confused about how my life had fallen apart so quickly over accusations that were completely false. My friend's parents were supportive but concerned, gently asking if I actually had any substance abuse issues I needed to address. Even they'd been somewhat convinced by my family's intervention. I decided to prove definitively that I wasn't using drugs. I went to a medical clinic and requested comprehensive drug testing: urine, blood, hair follicle tests that could detect drug use going back months. Every single test came back completely clean. No drugs of any kind in my system, no evidence of any substance use. I had the clinic provide detailed written results that I could show my father. When I presented the drug test results to my dad, expecting vindication, Diane immediately suggested I'd somehow faked the tests, or that I'd only recently started using drugs so they wouldn't show up yet. My father seemed uncertain, caught between the test results showing I was clean and Diane's insistence that the evidence she'd found proved I was using. I could see him struggling with cognitive dissonance. Then my friend Jake, who's studying computer science, offered to help me investigate how the planted evidence had gotten into my room and car. We set up hidden security cameras in my room before I went back to collect some belongings. The cameras captured Diane entering my room when no one else was home and placing a small bag of what looked like pills into my drawer. We had her on video planting evidence. We also checked my car more thoroughly and found that the marijuana pipe had fingerprints on it. I convinced my dad to let me have it fingerprinted professionally. The prints weren't mine. They belonged to Chad, Diane's 17-year-old son. Diane had apparently used her own son's drug paraphernalia to frame me, planting it in my car to make it look like I was using marijuana. Armed with video evidence of Diane planting drugs and fingerprint evidence that the marijuana pipe belonged to Chad, I confronted my father with everything. I also demanded to know if there was any financial motive for Diane wanting me out of the house and out of the family. My dad initially claimed there wasn't, but after I pressed him, he admitted that his will currently split his estate equally between me, Brittany, and Chad. But if I was disinherited, my portion would be divided between Diane's 2 kids. The pieces fell into place. Diane had been systematically framing me as a drug addict so my father would disinherit me, increasing the inheritance for her biological children. She'd planted evidence, lied about observations, staged an intervention, and manipulated my father into kicking me out, all to steal my inheritance from my father's estate. My father was devastated when confronted with the evidence. He'd believed Diane completely, had questioned his own son's character, and had kicked me out based on lies and planted evidence. The guilt and betrayal he felt realizing what Diane had done was visible on his face. He immediately insisted I move back home and told Diane they needed to talk. The conversation between my father and Diane apparently exploded. Diane initially denied everything, then tried to claim the video was edited or that I'd somehow set her up. When my dad confronted her with the fingerprint evidence from Chad's pipe, she shifted to claiming she'd been trying to protect the family from my real drug problem that the tests hadn't detected. Her explanations became increasingly desperate and contradictory. My father filed for divorce within a week. He also immediately revised his will to specifically disinherit Diane and to document that any previous modifications to my inheritance had been made under fraudulent circumstances. He wanted to ensure Diane couldn't benefit from her scheme, even if something happened to him before the divorce was finalized. 3 months after exposing Diane's scheme to frame me as a drug addict, my father and I are rebuilding our relationship while his divorce proceeds. Diane has moved out with Brittany and Chad, and I've moved back into the house I'd been kicked out of based on her lies. But the damage to my relationship with my father and to my sense of security will take years to fully repair. The divorce is contentious, with Diane's attorney trying to claim she's entitled to significant assets from the marriage. My father's attorney is arguing that Diane committed fraud and attempted to manipulate him into disinheriting his biological son, which should disqualify her from any favorable settlement. The video evidence of her planting drugs and the fingerprint evidence are being used to demonstrate her fraudulent conduct. Diane faces potential criminal charges for planting drugs and filing false reports to police when she'd claimed money was missing and implied I'd stolen it. The prosecutor is reviewing whether to charge her with fraud, false reporting, and possibly child endangerment for involving Chad in her scheme by using his drug paraphernalia to frame me. My relationship with my father is complicated now. I understand he was manipulated by someone he trusted, but he also chose to believe Diane's accusations over my denials, kicked me out without demanding more concrete proof than planted evidence, and made me homeless at 20 years old. We're in family therapy working through the betrayal and rebuilding trust, but it's a slow process. I've learned that Chad apparently has a genuine marijuana problem that Diane was aware of and hiding. When she needed drug paraphernalia to plant in my car to frame me, she'd used Chad's actual pipe. The irony is brutal. Diane was so focused on fabricating a drug problem for me to secure inheritance for her kids that she ignored and enabled her own son's actual substance abuse issues. My grandparents and aunt, who'd attended the staged intervention, have apologized profusely. They feel terrible that they'd believed Diane's presentation and had participated in confronting me over a fabricated drug problem. They've tried to make amends by offering financial help and emotional support, acknowledging they should have been more skeptical of Diane's claims and insisted on drug testing before accepting that I was an addict. The friend's family who took me in when I was kicked out has remained supportive throughout everything. They never doubted me once I showed them the clean drug test results, and they've told my father directly that he failed me by choosing to believe Diane over his own son without demanding proof. Their support during the worst period has meant everything to me. I'm back in school and working toward my university transfer, though the experience has set me back financially and academically. The months I spent homeless and dealing with the crisis disrupted my education and drained my savings. I'm rebuilding, but I lost valuable time and momentum because Diane decided my inheritance should go to her children instead of me. Diane has apparently been telling people her version of events where I was actually on drugs and framed her for planting evidence. Some people who don't know the full story have believed her narrative. I've had to show the video evidence and drug test results to multiple extended family members and friends to counter her lies. Even after being caught, Diane continues lying and playing victim. My father has become more vigilant about protecting my inheritance rights. His revised will includes specific language about Diane's fraud and states explicitly that I'm to inherit my portion, regardless of any claims she might make. He's also set up a trust structure that would protect my inheritance from any challenges. He's trying to ensure Diane can't steal from me even after his death. The most painful aspect is realizing how vulnerable I was to Diane's manipulation. She'd systematically built a false narrative about me, planted evidence, manipulated my father, and nearly succeeded in getting me disinherited and permanently estranged from my family. If I hadn't pushed for drug testing, and if Jake hadn't helped me set up cameras, Diane might have succeeded in her scheme. I'm sharing this story as a warning. If you're suddenly accused of drug use or other serious misconduct by a step-parent or someone who'd benefit from your removal from the family, consider financial motives carefully. Document your innocence through drug testing or other objective evidence. Set up security cameras if you suspect evidence might be planted. Diane's scheme was sophisticated and nearly succeeded because she understood how to manipulate perception and exploit my father's trust. Step-parents sometimes view stepchildren as obstacles to their biological children's inheritance, rather than as family members to love and support. Diane looked at my father's estate and decided her kids deserved all of it, making me an enemy, to be eliminated, rather than a stepson to be embraced. She was willing to destroy my reputation, my relationship with my father, and my life to increase her children's inheritance. Now, she's facing divorce, potential criminal charges, and permanent estrangement from my father, while I'm slowly rebuilding what she tried to destroy.